And every time it's one of these,
Oh,
Joy.
Oh, wait.
I need something.
My sponsor most of the time is that.
Right on. And how you?
Start out and read all of it.
Honestly, I studied it now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
But
it's
never practiced.
it's getting trashed in a lot of places.
Actually got it.
Yeah.
So put myself through.
Exactly.
That's when people get sucked in that, paying the bills, next thing they know.
They never shop.
Yeah, that guy was those guys at my feet, never attended public.
My dad.
What is your name here? Very good. Colin. Or Megan.
They're all companies.
This is
Okay.
CFOs.
Tony and
So,
George.
what I was supposed to do.
That was my work too. Like I took accounting in high school. I thought, wow, this is the greatest thing ever. I want to be an accountant when I grow up. And so I actually studied it for a while when I worked in it, and I said, I love it as a discipline. Day-to-day work. Yeah, it's the same thing over and over again. Oh. So I got out of it, kind of IT. It's different every day.
Yeah, and one colleague, he would tell his kids, I think, you know, it seemed like he was making it negative, but it's the other side of the works new every day. Your dad has to learn new things, and he's basically 18 months, it's irrelevant anymore in his job, you know?
I'm not sure, maybe one of those, but are there, you guys are having. Yeah, I mean, he's
So you don't need to change.
Work changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gave a talk recently at a local high school, career day talk. I emphasize that. You like a good challenge. That's what I see. We don't have any idea. Right. You know what? Like I've been practicing 6 years from now. Blank slate.
You gotta have a job to think, even exist, right?
Even exist. But there will be plenty of them.
Right. Yeah.
Support a pretty good life.
Until we get cheap and kitty group, the experts around.
I know he's over there.
And
A little bitter about it.
I guess he's say, but snow.
So the thing I love about these conferences is finding out that I'm not alone. Like everybody suffers from the same things.
Very similar, not the same gist.
Yeah.
Now, the goal will be to get you guys to go to the summer conference.
Yeah. Right. It was very recently. I was thinking.
So I'll be talking to you about that.
Okay.
But, you know, we've had the boys a couple times.
Yeah.
When you saw anything about it.
Pretty much there. It's basically those are fun places.
Oh, yeah. And then dude had it Salt Lake City area.
So I have my personal challenge.
And we won't be coming to Arizona.
You don't want to come here.
No, I recommend strongly against it, actually, if you've never tried. So, One thing I felt is while I was here, was very amazing when I found out we could host it. We had a delay or something, you know. My duty. This brings us getting a team here. So we have a.
Yeah.
Today, which may be good for us.
I think our charge to but yeah, you remember me.
Yeah. Some point. I tend to travel. Conversation has to mile away personally travel, so I don't do a lot. Yeah. You should have been anniversary, sounds like boys.
Yeah.
Show up. And of course, boys in a few
Right,
like
that.
I have a brother in life. I know before that. I you know a brother.
Yeah. Is he Dr. Flake?
He's a bodybuilding guy.
Yeah.
He's in what design?
Okay, because they do some neat stuff. I mean, they're totally in their cloud. And they're, I mean, they're huge. You have no idea how big they are. Yeah, they're one of those. Track them through their website.
That's crazy. He does design and kind of product placement, kind of stuff. So he doesn't have a lot of insight into that, which is that's where my passion's always have been.
They pretty have an expert in AWS.
Yes.
Honestly, you know, power. Or some AWS. Well, that's the reason. We're trying to get something. Oh, it's in the door there.
Right, yeah, thank you for that. But no, that's gratis, we'll just share whatever we get.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, you just have this
Yeah.
little set.
Or just starting or?
We're a Kowalik school. Yeah. So we run the Kowalik research system completely in AWS.
Yeah, the school, I'm not familiar with it.
It's our financials and programs. We're out of voice. Community science. Myself. So we get team building. Last year. We have.
Just because I can see some people would consider the system was had a landline, you know, so all those failed. So we finally
All over.
and it'll alert us, like, hey, I can't reach campus. And so that way you can find out. Or it'll tell us if our email comes back too. You're not getting alerts because, you know, back.
So it'll text you.
Because all of our alerting now depends on email. And so it's the campus number emails back a lot. So that was how we finally said, we pulled the cord on the old alerting system.
Right. Yeah, we're pretty,
And I was pretty.
committed to AWS. We have a ton of data archive going on in the AWS.
That's true. Some of them are backups, essentially for free.
I don't know.
Consume more bandwidth than we said. And so it's free ISPOIs and it's on
And
it.
I'm not like a.
Come in, and so you can do that for 4 or 5 years. It's great.
Our website is on AWS now, www.arizona, but through Aquia, through a Drupal platform called Aquia. It's AWS hosted.
Okay.
And
That is. You can do all your communication.
That is all commodities. I really totally.
Doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be in the program.
And what Max was just talking about is that we're experimenting. I launched a project about 3 months ago with the goal of moving all of our PeopleSoft departments to Amazon in 12 months. 3 months in, I still feel on track, so pretty aggressive, but no, we'll be first, but we're aware of
Just lose it.
support, so we get great support. We've invested heavily in that. I've spoken for them at a number. I speak every.
To be honest with
So they help us out. I mean, it's health, like you say, it's infectious.
Yeah, definitely. Any bug at that point, even being a network guy, who doesn't have that much to do with it. But, yeah. It's kind of a different type of networking.
It's a different type of networking, but all of this is concepts.
Hey, KD, where you been?
Challenge to try to figure out.
Get a sandwich?
What we're doing.
Right. It's kind of networking. What kind of? Want to climb in, all right, so I gotta run this, but I will be back. So.
And, yeah, there's more facts.
Look where.
At least it should be a few.
So like over here.
I wonder what.
Directions from the hotel. Just put it in the phone.
Well, and to be honest, I'm trying to, but I think it's.
Just look down.
Hey.
I'm doing good.
You know, I just really think some things that go on to people. I like my. Well,
You know, that was this is the idea.
Most of the choices.
I'm just like how my personality changed.
I mean,
It's like where I came with. I lost my watch for about months.
like,
You're used to having it on.
Yeah, and it was,
during my 4 years of high
like
school.
all of my engagement photos.
One
So
year,
every time I saw my
one was
engagement photos,
lost his own teacher.
yeah, I lost it for 2
Yeah, but-
months.
You know, you can't, normally, you can't really decide.
Yeah.
No, it was the,
Oh, you got it?
we found it, yeah, no, I found it, we found it like,
And that's just true.
he was right on it.
Like,
But I really know what struck me.
I had to be.
Or the quotes. And I was they're like, oh, you should. I was like, no, I need a glass.
Probably. And that's it. And
I don't think I need to do it. Maybe one go.
But so many things, I think the other thing to do is, like I did. I haven't responded yet. Yeah,
We have it.
I
Colleges do that.
I know.
Some of it is, but nice there based on.
I know you, what would you ever do? I mean, so it was that correct stuff, well, it would have been better.
Everything's right.
There's two viewers.
But, you know, say, okay, you know, if you're climate scientist,
That's probably.
you know, models to do, they're gonna use calculus, you know, they're, what are the applications? And I think
When everyone's in here,
we say, and networking, so I don't think people really understand how it's straight up. You know, some of the very college.
It's kind of chilly out there. Cold. It looks inviting, but man,
You know, like internet.
not so much.
What is you do? So it was a hilarious conversation. They go, oh, it takes me to go do that. And I thought he was joking. And I said, yeah, billions of people. You know,
They're using all solar panels right
cell towers, routers, do you think it just works? Is it? Osmosis, I mean, I said, I'm pretty sure. Hundreds of people were working. That was from. And you realize that, you know, people just go through life. I don't know if you find this, but I still find that we're.
Yeah, and I just think because I don't remember the context of it, but I sort of had this realization that when I started,
Problem is, we can't afford the
nothing
paid version of this.
and you would not contemplate trying to get connected without talking to the person who just everything's so manual, you probably have to install this, you got just stacks, and I mean, just, and then at some point, there was this shift, and the expectation became that you would never have to talk to a networking person to get connected. Right into that. It's like, you know, some of the, it's called like, we were upgrading the wireless part of our building. Studying with the students. So, like, you know, and one of them was like, oh, every time I come to campus, it just stops working. You know, and we were, you know, 6 months into the school year or whatever.
I'm like, well, were you gonna ask? But it is amazing how many people will just suffer, and, you know, I'm thinking, you know, it should work, and I was. Maybe at the end. And they were obviously glasses. Nice and nice. I can't have a VPN, SSL. Oh, you can, but you know, it's.
So Mike, how many specialists do you guys have over there?
You know.
Is Lisa Osborne still doing that?
Joe.
All right, well,
What's up, buddy?
so there's some.
Over that.
And it does.
She's great, yeah. I used to manage.
Kathy
So I didn't see Kathy for a while though, but last time I saw her.
She's
awesome. She was.
I got it.
She was too bad about this earlier.
I
guess you probably thought I was simple. I wasn't crying. Well, hey, I love everyone.
Rodeo Ramsey.
That Jen's now in the US.
So I have it too, but I just haven't even gone through this.
They said, oh, we got
Already
two.
populated.
But if you know you're gonna work in
Someone's office.
and so, you know, then they.
We'll figure out where we end up though with the.
Yeah, I want to.
They're saying that we have to be out of 585, 6 tonight.
This will probably squeeze more of you there to broadcast. Where are you going? Where do you work?
You aren't even have to worry, you're.
All right, Michelle,
There's a hard day we have to be out. My understanding is we have to be out. Sure. And where we're going is not. Is apparently.
What you guys do with your internet stuff?
Arabs.
So are you gonna keep in touch?
Build some.
Could we turn on routing for you?
So you did ready.
Yeah.
Very
These are all rumors. You know.
But they're gonna give you $5.
Yeah, I use a prepaid card.
all right, let's keep going.
There's a red, there's a lot of work.
Michelle is up. We're 15 minutes, 20 minutes off, so I'm not even working to adjust my schedule. We're going a little late today anyway. We have a video conference at the end, so we'll probably try and schedule it so he can at least talk and get out of his office. And I didn't give my usual little tidbit here today. I think I gave it yesterday, but we do have these pesky plastic bottles, which someday I'll give a lightning talk on the number of plastic bottles our society produces. But you can recycle them across the hallway, so don't throw them away, please recycle them. I'm not sure why there's not recycled bins in here, but I guess I can work with university or something on that. Future date. So Michelle, you're on.
Okay. So while he's getting that up, so the one thing that I really enjoy about coming to conferences and being one of the minorities here, as far as a female versus male, is that I usually don't have to wait to go in the bathroom.
You're here.
And I went and they closed it on me. So I don't know what's going on today, but okay. I'm going to talk about the distributed antenna systems that we are trying to put on campus. I was hoping, I know when we talked about this last June, that we were supposed to start the pilot at that fairly close to that time frame. Well, because of other things, it's been pushed off, and so we are delayed in that, but I'll give you kind of a little bit of a status update, and then maybe we can just talk through some things. So we have looked at across campus, and of course, probably the biggest reason why we want to put a DAS on campus is that we lack the reliable coverage and capacity inside of our buildings. There's some surveys out there that basically show that about 80% of the total data from mobile is indoors. And you guys have probably run into this too. There's obviously new construction that happens that brings about new materials, and it's great for the buildings, but as far as penetration for cellular or Wi-Fi in that manner, it tends to hinder it. So probably one of the biggest reasons for our athletic people is that they want a DAS inside of the stadium so they can provide a user experience. So we are looking at all of these as we go to find out a solution. And what we're headed towards right now is implementing an indoor and outdoor DAS on campus. And then with that negotiation, trying to get a DAS within the stadium. The other thing that we've talked about, though, is implementing Wi-Fi in the stadium. Now, I don't know about you guys, but this kind of is a discussion that we go back and forth on. And when we get into a few more slides, I'll touch on this a bit more. But it's like, which one do you do first, or do you do them at the same time, that sort of thing. So our approach is this year, we had a surprise public announcement that said that we're going to do something in our stadium. And so we had to make sure that that was the case. And we contacted the carriers, and we did have 3 of them basically put some cellular coverage within our stadium, but it was with cows or a temporary antenna. It still was a little deceiving, however, because it wasn't for data, it was only for text and voice. And so when they still showed that take your selfie and post it wherever they wanted to post it, it still didn't work. So that was a bad thing. The second approach, though, is we have been looking at Spider Cloud, and we are in the midst of piloting, well, working to get this in. So right now, currently, we are putting some of the infrastructure in play in our life science building. And so that's going to be done by the end of January. And the Spider Cloud, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Spider Cloud. It's something that has been done a lot more over in Europe than here, but it's basically taking that, the small cell solution and bringing it over your LAN and your Ethernet.
And you're aware that it's only LTE voice, right?
Yeah.
Voice.
I don't know too much about it. I just know that that's one of the things that they're looking at, providing for them, and then allowing the wireless
There's
also.
some limitations in what it will do.
Pardon?
There's some limitations in what it will do. We're looking at it in 3 buildings right now.
You are as well? Okay, good. Yeah, we haven't gotten too far with it right now. It's, they've promised a few things as far as the auto configuration with the enterprise radio access network, and that it's easy to install because it kind of goes down and does a self-optimization type thing. Scalability, they say that it's efficient and dedicated to the high density soft handovers within the building. They said that, right now, I think there's some studies out there that say if people are in a building, they tend to drop about 5% of the calls at times, and this is supposed to make it like 0.5%. So, and so there's some things that are promised. I don't have results yet, and so it'd be interesting if you could share your results with us as well, as we go down this path. So the idea is, if we can subsidize some of that cellular coverage within buildings, and that works well, we're hoping that that's the solution for our indoor DAS, and then outdoor DAS will be negotiated, and then our stadium as well. But this goes to our next piece, which is, and this was a question we had when we were looking at it, and just how big are these radios that they want to put inside the building? And they're just like little access arrays, so they're not very big at all. He showed us one, and it would just be like a wireless AP that you have up somewhere. They can go on your walls, in the ceiling, wherever. So not too intrusive. This is just from Cisco, just a fact as far as future looking. Just more and more of that data each month is going to be coming from smartphones, and mobile devices just continually increase. So just something that kind of got me thinking a little bit. The third thing that we're doing as far as an approach is looking at stadium Wi-Fi. And this again goes back to the question of what do you put in. So the DAS kind of has been a conversation at BYU for what, 4 or 5 years, maybe more. I don't know. It seems like a long time. And our athletic department finally just came to us and said, hey, you know what? We need something in our stadium now. So Todd, and anything you want to include, Todd, feel free to chime in. But we went, and as we were talking with our people in athletics, they were saying, well, maybe we should just put Wi-Fi in. And so we kind of went down the path of looking at a few stadiums and to seeing what was really out there and what people are looking at. And we visited Nebraska. I didn't. Todd actually went here, which is a Cisco environment. They have a stadium a little bit bigger than ours. They had about 800 access points inside the stadium, 800 outside. Speed test, pretty good. Max unique devices, about 26,000 there. The big thing with Cisco is they were all directional antennas. And Todd will tell you this, they basically, this is from his feedback, Cisco said, you know, this is the only way you can do stadiums, you have to do directional antennas, and that's it. And so, you know, we talked about it and thought, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense, you know, directional antennas are a good way to provide coverage. Well, then we went to Levi Stadium, and it's an Aruba shop, and this is where the 49ers play. And it's pretty similar to our stadium at BYU as far as the size. And the big difference here was they did everything under the seats. And it worked very well. And so now we have, you know, mixed feelings about what really is the right approach here of where we want to go. We took one more step and thought, oh, well, our campus uses Xeris, and so let's go visit a Xeris stadium as well. And they also have Omni under the seat. And again, we were there in a live game that we're able to test it, and they got great speed tests and the coverage was well. Probably the big difference between this stadium and Levi was that with Aruba, it did a lot of the auto channeling and stuff like that, so it was a lot more auto configuration. Here it was, at Ole Miss, it was more that people had to manually kind of modify the configurations, and so it took, I think we said 2 full-time people in order to do it.
They told us they did that. They chose to do that. They just didn't feel that the auto channeling algorithm would find them anything. They thought they could do better, but they had 2 full-time operators that were constantly changing channels and power levels and
Constantly working. So as we're looking at all this, you know, we're kind of sitting here thinking, well, there's benefits to probably both ways. As we look at the Marriott Center, maybe it is more the directional antennas. Maybe when we look at the stadium, it is, you know, putting it under the seats. Right now, our next steps are that we are looking at some proposals, or we're asking for some bids for our stadium. And we'll, of course, complete the spider cloud. And then it goes back to the original question, do we put a DAS in or Wi-Fi or both of them at the same time? There's obviously some synergies that you can have by putting them at the same time with the conduit and all that, but I don't know if you guys have any thoughts there or what you've done in the past, but.
So how much is emergency communication part of your DAS conversation?
It's slightly.
Because that's one of our problems, is the way that the University of Utah at least approaches DAS is it's a combined conversation. The solutions historically, as far as DAS and new buildings and everything, have always been, you know, what solution will get the fireman's signal clear down to the basement corner, you know, as well as the cellular and everything else. Now, granted, in some buildings, the funding was there to include the hardware to do everything, to have cellular and emergency channels down across the board. All buildings, to get occupancy, have to have the emergency channels down. So, you know, it's
So Mike, if we do 800 megahertz, I think there's some requirement there for like the UCAN radio system and things like that, but I haven't heard it around cellular phones.
But the thing is,
So
our
it has
DAS
been.
system, the
Are you
formation,
doing
they actually do it together. They do it as a single implementation. That's my point. Whether you do it as 2 separate implementations or together as a joint implementation, because if they do it together, period, it saves money, because they just have to add the additional spectrum and basically add technology into the already established pipes to do the additional spectrum for those additional channels for stuff. Versus you know, the 800 megahertz versus the higher frequencies or others that cellular use.
So this is where we come into a little bit of a disadvantage, because the cellular portion is being done by a different group. And so we're working with them, but we don't have full ownership over the DAS implementation. But I have heard him say that I'm gonna put it as a nice to have, but not in the sense that if they can do it, they want to do it, but it's not gonna be something that's gonna stop their implementation if they don't get it there, is what I've heard him say.
Well, and that's, we have the same, there are pockets where you go meet with people, and in the University of Utah that says, every cell phone needs to have a, be able to get a signal and get texts and everything, emergency notifications, all that kind of stuff. And then there's the other side, and within the same building or even the same organization, you'll have people advocate, no, the $200,000 per building, which is what it roughly costs to put in DAS, $2 per square foot roughly. If you put DAS in there, that's a waste of $200,000, and the kids don't need to be on their cell phones all the time anyway. And there's a generation gap, there's a safety perception gap, it's just a nightmare.
So we've had those same discussions here at the U of A. We actually installed a DAS a year and a half ago at our stadium, 2 years ago. And now we're at the point where we have discussions about other buildings, and do we do Wi-Fi, do we do DAS, do we do some hybrid solution? Because we do have pockets all over campus where we have macro sites that give us pretty good coverage, but there are spots in buildings where you just don't get anything. Particularly in our residence halls, our students repeatedly report back that I can't use my cell phone in my dorm room. I have to go outside and make a phone call. It's a really big life safety issue. So for us, life safety is really important for our DAS.
So did you guys put the DAS in the stadium, or did you have somebody else do it?
We had somebody else do it. We partnered with a company called Boingo Wireless, and they installed it for us.
Do they manage it now, or do you?
They manage it.
How did you get through? We explored talking to Boingo, and because they're kind of ad revenue based.
Yes.
That was kind of a concern, because some parts of our organization were like, how do we control what's being pushed out? What ads are being, that was a real concern.
So we don't push the ads across it because we can't in the stadium. NCAA and the Pac-12 forbids us from doing that. But we do get revenue, but keep in mind, don't get blinded by the revenue sale, because it's not as good as they say it is. We're starting to, after 2 years now, I think we're finally starting to see some revenue come in, but it's really not, it's not big dollars. It's small dollars to me now.
I think they have a lot of good technology out there to provide as much of a user experience as you want. I mean, even at the Levi Stadium, and you wanted to order whatever, they would bring it through the use of beaconings as well, right to your seat, type thing. Or direct you if there's something out as far as on the traffic as you're coming in for parking, they can redirect you somewhere else. So there's a lot of capability out there, but I think you're right. You have to kind of balance what you're paying for, what you're paying for.
We want to utilize the concession idea as well. We haven't on that yet, but that's a thought that our athletics departments.
There's a lot of cool stuff.
So we're building a new stadium on the campus, abandoning the one that's a few miles out on the foothills. And we believe that Wi-Fi is the future and cellular is on its way out. So the question is, why spend millions of dollars on a $250 million project to facilitate technology that's on its way out? And the general contractor is convinced that there's still enough interest that they can work with Wingo or Brown or whomever to come in and build that out with revenue back to the campus to pay for extensive Wi-Fi coverage. And I guess we'll have to see.
And that's what we're going back.
I would be leery on the, again, on the revenue coming back.
Yeah.
Because
Not-
they make it sound really good.
They make it sound really good, and the athletics guys, you know, their eyes glaze
Right.
over and they start going,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, how are they?
I don't know if they want me to say. I'm warning this, because I can actually say how much we get back.
The carriers pay to join the DAS.
I just
So
don't
the
know
money
if it's
they-
public.
They pay, depending on your contract, like Boingo gives us a percentage of the money that they get from the carrier.
More than what they told us or less.
Well, the problem that we have is, and if we'd have had a standard Crown Castle agreement, it would have been a little bit cleaner for us, but we had NextG as our original DAS provider, that Crown Castle acquired. And so we had, you know, for example, there were some weird flaky terms around whether they paid us for power or space or rental for the antennas they place and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I mean, I am fairly confident I can share this number without getting in trouble on a recording thing, but, you know, we did go back, play with the attorneys a bit, and a bunch of the carriers did pay us as much as $80,000 in the last year for back power and back space. But again, in a budget the size of ours, and in a budget the size of the university, you know, in reality, you've turned over all of your infrastructure to another company. You're at their mercy for $80,000. You know what I mean? And so you have to ask yourself what the real value is and what the real problem is. And Scott's point about Wi-Fi versus cellular, that actually keeps me up at night. I mean, because, you know, everybody who's got an iPhone 6 now, even AT&T is doing Wi-Fi offloading. You know, Sprint's doing Wi-Fi offloading now. T-Mobile's been doing it forever. And so, you know, as the technology matures and as, you know, it really is, I run Wi-Fi for the campus. Now, Dave Packham's boss, Caprice, is, I handed off DAS to her about 8, 10 months ago, but
Nicely done, by the way.
I know, that was, it gave me, but the point is, it's one of those things where I really don't know what the right answer is. We've hired a number of consultants and they came in and they've said, it's really in the next 3 to 5 years that you know, that this is gonna all be played out.
Yeah.
Most of the consultants agree that within the next few years, most people will have phones and handsets capable of doing transparent Wi-Fi, cellular handoffs, and Wi-Fi calling. And it's just now, you know.
It's a long time.
It is. So the question we have is why not encourage the major carriers to bring in the cows or whatever it takes, you know, to provide that bridge kind of coverage rather than spending, you know, substantial millions of dollars on infrastructure that's throwaway.
So we've taken sort of a hybrid approach where we're using DAS for our large areas like our stadium, our basketball arena. We're looking at Wi-Fi for in-building penetration, so kind of a hybrid
Well, so
solution.
you think, I mean, this is what we're struggling with, is Wi-Fi is not really ready right now, right, for all phones, for all types.
It's really a problem of attrition, you know, as
When do we
people
think
replace.
I mean, what's your guys' prediction for when?
Well, and the reason I think these consultants confidently say it's 3 to 5 years is most people replace their phones every 3 years. And almost all the phones you're buying now with the iPhone 6 and all the others of the same generation, they all have Wi-Fi offload capability, the chipset.
Yeah, but isn't it also carrier-based? I mean, this is not my area of expertise, but, okay, so your phone may be capable of it, but until AT&T actually.
Well, AT&T does now. I mean, like I
Just better.
I just turned it on 6 months ago on my iPhone 6. So I now can do Wi-Fi offloading from my house. If I'm in my basement, it goes through my Wi-Fi in my house.
But your cell phones are going to continually stay on the radio circuits in your cars or long distance. The distance to the AP or to the radio tower, it'll be on. I can understand the offloading, but to think that offloading is going to take the place of wireless or radio services, I don't see where that's I don't see how that's.
Well, it's all about, like you said, the hybrid. What about usability? Do you have to actually get the cell phone protocols and the cell phone frequencies into the buildings, or do you let the Wi-Fi offloading? Is that enough? Because you can still get texting, if you're capable of doing the Wi-Fi offloading, it still functions on Wi-Fi. And you get phone calls, just as if you were on outside.
But didn't your study show that none of the Wi-Fi solutions could provide the density you need? They were all like after a third of the capacity of the stadiums.
Say that again.
So in your 3 places you visited, you said maybe 26,000 devices it could support as
Oh,
opposed to
that was what they have supported.
have supported.
That was their peak
That was
usage.
their
We were seeing about 1 in 3 simultaneous users was, I think Ole Miss was 26,000 unique devices over the course of a whole football game, but they never had more than like 18,000 simultaneously connected.
Density versus capacity is a conversation you have to have when you talk about that.
Well, and that gets to another point, and our head end we've identified can only do, for Verizon, for example, the head end that Verizon delivered us only expects 400 to 500 simultaneous connections coming off of our campus at once. So even if we delivered DAS to the, as to your point, during a football game, it's a whole hell of a lot more than 400 to 500 simultaneous connections.
You need a bigger head.
So even if you have DAS, there's a lot of different, just because you're getting signal to them doesn't necessarily mean that the carrier has delivered you enough capacity to get off your campus out to that network.
Head-ins are huge too. And so if you don't have one, or if you're looking at one, the carriers, so we had this problem, the carrier, in particular AT&T, wanted 3,000 square feet. And we're like, you're not getting that.
Yeah.
And so our head-in is 2,600 square feet.
Of environmentally conditioned
Yeah,
space, right?
it is. It's environmental. I mean, it was a hassle finding space like everybody else has, and then building it out, and then making it all environment.
That's a good data center
All this
quality.
fire. I mean, it's fabulous. It's a great place, but it was a lot of work.
I like the fact that we have a lot of things going on with this. Sorry, we're not that far with it, but I thank you all for your feedback and ideas as well. And I'd like to keep getting information of how this is going on your campuses. I just wanted to update you real quick on the last thing that I brought up last year, which was our housing and how we outsourced basically our wireless. And how we did that is we had our students basically provide their own access point, and we just provided you to each door. And what that's resulted in is we did it throughout the summer with everything live for the fall semester. And it went pretty well. We had a great group that went out and made sure that the fiber capacity was there that we needed, and got everything pretty much up and running within those really about a month and a half, 2 month time frame. And you can see, so the blue is our calls from last year, and green are our calls from this year. And it's been a great savings to us. We still have all the calls coming into our service desk, as far as, even though it's a third-party vendor that we're using for that service. And so you can see that we have dropped quite a bit over the last year. There's still a few things that we work with, but what I've enjoyed a lot is the response that I've received from this third-party vendor as well. With anything that we need, they're pretty flexible and eager to kind of jump on board and get us what we need. So I just want to update you on that it is working. We've had students, they've adapted to the fact that they have to bring their own wireless, and it hasn't been really an issue. We are going to put out a survey next week or the week after, before the end of January, to just kind of follow up with them one more time. So if you're interested, I'll share those.
You guys just telling them they're responsible for configuring and maintaining their own wireless? Okay, and then you have any of this inside of housing?
A little bit.
They're affecting me type.
So we do a best effort support. So if they call in, which are part of these calls, we'll help them with whatever we can as far as configuring it. But we test the jack, and if there's something at the jack level, that's kind of when we come out and do a service call to make sure that the infrastructure is good. we don't abandon them per se, but I think the students that come in now are, we give them some guidelines on how to install it and what would be best for that environment. And really, we haven't had major.
And they kind of support each other.
They
There's
do.
always somebody in the residence hall who's happy to support their neighbor.
Michelle, do you have the RIA,
And the what?
RIAA complaint?
They don't come to us, they go to the ISP.
You go to where?
The ISP.
Recording industry, DMCA, take down.
Yes, they got a separate ISP.
They, yeah.
This company provides all the services.
So that was one of my questions, is that this third-party company is the ISP for that.
It
They don't
is.
go through your network at all.
So we own the wire plant in the buildings, and then the company that, the ISP uses our wire plant to get into each of the dorms. We didn't want that switching for access. They have all the active components, we have all the passive components.
We still provide wireless for like the common areas and stuff like that. We also have a third party that came in and provided TV. So based on them being a resident, they have that in addition to the 1 gig store.
That cost is built into the rent, so there's a stream from housing that pays the bills.
So the last question on that is, what do you do when students are so close to each other that their channels are causing each other grief?
So we were really concerned about that initially. Some of these new buildings, we did a lot of testing before, and we said, we definitely see some channel interference, but how's that any different than the apartment buildings all over campus that everyone's telling us they want to be more like? And I don't think we've had a whole lot of complaints. We can go back and say that's co-channel interference in these spaces. I mean, we know it happens, but it's not bad enough if people are complaining.
And at first we were going to go to just kind of static IPs, and we've gone away from that, and they do that even within the housing. And if they do need a static IP, then they can come to us and we get that for like gaming or something like that. But even those calls haven't really come in very much.
You just mentioned newer buildings, newer dorms and stuff. Have you noticed any significant differences in older dorm rooms that you have versus the newer ones? I mean, I understand that there's significant differences in the way that they're built, but have you seen it?
So our older dorms were all cinder block, and the problems we were having in there were we couldn't get signal through the walls, and so those actually are better even than our newer construction. The newer construction was more of a concern than a signal from the top, it was more with the sheetrock and all these modern building materials in the last 50 years. And so we found that in the newer buildings, it's not so bad. In the old buildings, it's like radio bunkers anyway.
That's ours.
Just curious, going back a little bit, the Spider Cloud, do they manage the carrier relationship, or do you still have to have your own?
So we're working with, originally, to start with, Verizon has agreed to come in and put pay for the infrastructure to be put in there. And then they're going to allow the other carriers to come and put their own antenna on top of that for the pilot. So we still manage that carrier relationship with that one. So they're bringing in their experts for this Spider Cloud. All right, thank you. Thanks, Michelle.
Yes.
Can I get the presenter view? I guess that came through.
What's it called?
Configuration management. Oops, that's not the presenter view. It's just a little arrow.
Yeah, that's what it was on, but it presented on the screen. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I'll do it.
Over a little bit to the right. Right there. This one. Let's see if it works.
It is not. Hold on a second. That's as good as I'm going to be able to get, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I threw a curveball in with wanting to get some speaker notes, but no, it's working. Should I click on that?
Sure. Unfortunately, it won't go away, but.
All right. Okay, well, my name's Trevor Long, and I'm speaking today about configuration management. Back up to, let's see if we can go to this one. All right. This is not a tool review, just so you know. In fact, I had a little bit of an ulterior motive. I wanted to see if someone out there had something of a silver bullet that might have come out in the survey, but nothing did. I think we're all in the same boat. In case you didn't know, there was a survey that I threw up. Thank you for all of those that participated. It was very much appreciated. So here's Kelly. Here's kind of, where is, oh, he's not here. Here's the problem statement. I think the best way to describe configuration management is to compare it with cable management. And I think this gives you an idea of the kind of problem that we could be facing. I have no idea why they used all yellow.
Very consistent.
It just made it worse, in my opinion. I mean, it gives you, I look at this and I get a real gut reaction. I don't know whether to laugh or to cry.
Oh, yeah, I cried.
Spider from the.
Yes.
It's part of the HVAC system.
From what I could find, that's actually a Lehman Brothers former data center. So that's not a photoshopped image. I guess that is real. Doesn't exist anymore, I think after 9/11, but it was there. So configuration management. Maybe you've heard some of these comments before. Maybe you've uttered some of them. I'll try and focus a little on more network configuration management. But configuration management actually applies to really, it's really a system. It could be anything on the network or plugs into the network. So, oh, Kelly, here's my problem statement. I had to show it off. All right. So, I don't know, does that look familiar to anyone? Anyone hear that from any of their staff? I really like the last one, actually. I have heard all three of these, to be honest, verbatim. So, why do we need configuration management? And I'm going to do this a little bit backwards. I'll actually define it a little bit more at the end and talk a little about the need at the start. But this is, I'll actually read this slide. This is from Gartner. More than 80% of all mission-critical IT service outages result from people and process errors and failures. And of those outages, more than 50% result from a lack of coordination between change, release, and configuration management processes. We have experienced that at the University of Utah. I'm guessing that probably none of you have experienced that, but we have. And the idea of configuration management is to get ahead of some of this. And for Chad, who talked about no one wants to agree upon what process means or service or change or yada, 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 That's where we found ITIL to be a huge benefit. If you can get people to all agree to a particular framework, all those definitions are buried inside. And that's kind of where this comes from, is configuration management. As at the university, we followed ITIL. So let me go through a little bit about how we're doing as a Westnet group. So about half of us have a framework, and that's ITIL. The rest of us apparently have something more loosey-goosey or no framework at all. And if you don't have a framework, it's basically not configuration management, you're more like chaos management. A little over half have some kind of change advisory board. However, only 20% of us replied that non-UIT or non-IT people participate in that. So business people are totally outside of that process. I think that's actually a bit of a problem. If you get some of the faculty or some of the administrative people involved, they actually understand what's going on and how these changes might impact the organization. Basically, number 3, most of us put down ServiceNow. It was mentioned actually quite a bit. This was all over the place. There were some that said, basically get it done now. Pull the trigger anytime. And this goes, I'm kind of creeping into change at the moment. And it went all the way from we can do it anytime we want to we have really well-defined change windows with moratorium or blackout dates, and it was really impressive. But we don't really, as Westnet, have much of a standard for standard change windows. So number 8 was a bit surprising to me. I thought this would be all over the place like standard change windows. But we actually are pretty good at this. I've struggled with documentation.
So do we know if everybody was speaking to the same baseline though as to what documented processes means? I know within our own organization, I could ask 10 different people, do you have that process documented? And I can tell you that only about 5 of them would give me the answer I wanted, and an accurate, it would be the right answer.
And that's
in the sense of real documentation, not just something on the back of a post-it.
And that's a good point. And I was actually Todd and I had spoken earlier, and he said, "Oh, hey, you know, I didn't take the survey Michelle did because you get 2 different answers." But as I walked away later on, I thought, well, now, and this goes to your point, Mike, is that would be an interesting study. Is if we asked all the people the exact same question, would we get a consistent answer? And that's probably more of Westnet, the psychology subgroup.
And the answer is, of course not. Right?
Yeah, yeah, and really in our own organization, if you ask people, do we have documented processes, and you ask 10 different people, you would get different answers. So, all right. So I found this one really encouraging. About 68% of us, or percent of us, have some kind of standards. And I think that's great because a standard can be an ugly word in academia. You know, if you're putting a standard on me, you're interfering with my academic freedom. I've heard that one before. 16% actually responded here to what documentation question. I found that surprising. I guess there's a few of us that have no documentation, but it goes back to Mike's point. This is not a scientific exercise by any means, by the way. No one said that they're at level 1, but we actually did have one person who said they're at level 5 as far as maturity on configuration management. And I wish I knew who that person was, because that would be a good Westnet talk, to actually say they're at a level 5, near perfect. Number 9, I think this is actually...
How many people took the test?
I had 20. 20 people responded.
No one's gonna fess up to being level 5 or.
I think I put 5, but I got the order backwards.
That might still be a good Westnet.
That speaks volumes right there.
I'll just say that, like Greg's also the one that registered, but didn't really register. He was having trouble with the record. Maybe you should pay for an eye test. or-
Yeah, I was so close.
So this one surprised me. One of the first points Gartner makes if you're struggling with configuration management is that you actually need a person who's dedicated, and that's loosely defined as 51% or more, to actually doing this, that's their focus. That's their step number one. If you're having a hard time, then there's someone who owns it, who actually does that. Now remember, this is a think tank group, but that was their number one recommendation. So I'll hit 10 and 12 here in just a second. But number 11, based on responses, I think I bungled this question a little bit. I actually was wondering, do we have anyone that's doing automated configuration changes? And the way I worded it, I think it came across as, are you doing like health checks or automated sanity checks with scripts? And a lot of people said yes. But do we have anyone that's actually doing automated changes in their network environment? Are you, Alan?
Would you call packet fence?
See, that was an example I was thinking.
Because packet fence will go modify a port for you.
Right.
So I guess yes would be the answer in that. But it's a tool that does that for you. It's not going to be built or anything.
And I think the denial of, or the DDoS auto mitigation, I think that might fit into the category of an automated change that's protecting your environment. But that's, Alan, that was one of the examples I was thinking of. And this is a difficult space to be in because having something automatically change on your network can be really scary. So I was wondering, does anyone do that? I mean, we have packet fence as well. Does anyone have an automated change taking place on their network?
So you mean no human involvement?
Yeah, you've got some kind of process or workflow where an event happens and your environment will adjust it as needed. So are you doing, no? You, Chad?
Yeah, we're turning down NAC, but our Safe Connect product works that way where it's dynamically changing an ACL for a route map. And that made us very nervous when we deployed, but in the end it worked well.
But it's for NAC?
For NAC.
Okay, so that's similar to packet fence.
Very similar.
Okay, great.
We use Bradford Networks for our wireless, and it drops people into VLANs based on their rights in the system. So students get placed in a VLAN that's different than a faculty or staff.
Okay, so see, I think that qualifies in what I was thinking. Is it?
Yeah.
Right.
Based on
We auto shun people.
Yeah, we do.
Sometimes wrong, but.
Well, and that was actually my point is that, that.
Or websites or domains.
You have Jonesy's security stuff that goes out there, and if you're we have, our ISO has access to our flows and certain things, and they've got these scripts that if somebody's meeting certain profiles and doing certain things, they'll shut them off. And there have been times where, I get calls at 1 in the morning because somebody got shut off.
So I'll ask Joe, I'll put Joe here in the spot for a minute. Wouldn't, in a science DMZ, a real-time black hole basically be kind of an automated process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a little, yeah.
One more thing, when you were asking that question, were you also thinking along the lines of queuing up changes and having them automated all at one time for a standard change window? Is that where you were?
As a matter of fact.
Okay.
Yeah, does anyone do that?
It's been discussed.
What's that?
It's being discussed at Boise State, but it's
Is it?
more the idea of using public to configure everything on the campus. So it's more systems oriented right now.
Okay.
I don't look at it towards the network side, but yeah, that scares me a bit with the shared configuration system.
So we've done a little bit, just by preparing and then having a script ready or even a brain and saying, here's all the routers that we want to upgrade at one time. So we're just starting to.
And so do people actually, like during the day, let's say they get a request, and so they plug it all in and it's queued, so someone in the evening would push a button and those queued changes roll out?
It's usually the same person, but yes.
Person, okay.
But we've only done it like twice. I mean, it's like a brand new thing.
Okay.
We're using the prime infrastructure to do a scheduled change at 3 a.m., but had not had great success with it. There's been a lot of cleanup the next morning, so I'm not sure we're going to keep doing it unless we figure out how to make it more.
I'll say the same with Prime. We've had our ups and downs depending on the task we're trying to do with it. Software upgrades on certain models have been problematic and since fixed.
What version are you running?
We just went from 2.2 to 3 last month. So a lot of what I'm talking about is when we were on 2.2. We haven't done a lot of 3.0 testing yet.
3.0 is not much better.
Yeah, New Mexico had some input on Prime on version 3.
We're on Prime 2.2 and just did switch upgrades over the break, and I think it took about twice as long with Prime as it did just with SSH.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
We still use an old inspect script. But I mean, if we all get in those situations, maybe a local set of username and password on a device, if packet access down or something, somebody leaves, you gotta change that. I don't want to log into 1,000 switches. So we still use it, especially maybe smaller changes like that. Global changes, I should say, if it's pretty universal across a broader set of devices.
I was actually hoping I would hear this kind of discussion because this is exactly where configuration management kind of falls. As you've heard, people have said, well, there was a problem with X, and so here was what we did to get around it. And with configuration management, that means that people are doing different things and maybe not even on the same team. It's like, well, I've got the gold standard over here, and no, I do it this way, but yet you still want to get the job done. And you've got some expectations. So part of configuration management is how do we get around that and keep really a unified environment. Now, just for funsies, I threw up the how are you monitoring your network health, and is that legible?
No.
Oh, I was hoping that would be. Nagios was the clear winner there. SolarWinds was a way distant second. But for configuration management, SolarWinds won at 47%.
Your survey wouldn't let us pick more than one.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
One of those, yeah.
The
one of
last
those would be
question.
Oh, sorry about that. That was by design. I'm just kidding. Okay, so here's kind of what I was thinking about configuration management. We provide a lot of support for a lot of devices that we maintain. There's a lot of dependencies. And some of what we found is that there's a lot of dependencies that we know nothing about. There's a change made, a config suggested, and a whole bunch of stuff breaks. And everybody's surprised. And the level of what we support these days and its complexity is just, I don't know about everyone else, but for me it's just stunning. Just stunning. And when we add in something that's automated, if we're not to the spot where we're actually handling some of the simpler stuff and have that nailed down, and then we throw in some automation on top of that, I think that's a recipe for some disaster. So we have a problem in IT. You need a framework, you need some standards, some change controls, some configuration management, some tools to kind of get ahead of the curve. This is from Checklist Manifesto, by the way. So I've actually planned some visits and I wasn't able to get them scheduled because of the holidays before Westnet. We're actually going to visit Adobe, Oracle, Intermountain Healthcare to find out what are they doing with their configuration management. But I'm finding that this, just from a lot of discussion and from the survey results and what I'm hearing at Westnet, that it's really a people and some process problem. There's a culture that I'm actually battling to try and get ahead of this. And it goes back to the comments we had at the beginning. And I think I got some people to finally clue in on something of a vision the other day when I expressed to them, when I said, you know, as a leader, I'm not doing my job if I'm not helping you understand what configuration management is about, because someday you'll leave the U. You'll go on to a glamorous job, make gobs of money, you know, somewhere else. But you're going to go into that environment and they're going to have rigid, well-established configuration management or change control or, you know, all these other things. And if I'm not helping you learn and understand that, then I'm failing you. And I actually saw the lights go on in a few people's eyes. Now, it wasn't really the message that says, hey, we're doing it here and now, but they got it. They thought, wow, this really does take place at other organizations, and I'm a little narrow focused on thinking, I don't want to do it here. But their horizon broadened a bit when they realized places like Adobe, Oracle, Intermountain Healthcare, you bet they've got well-established processes and really good configuration management. Does anyone think I'm off in left field on that? Okay. I thought there might be. I mean, someone might argue, I've got it nailed with my TFTP server on my laptop. I just keep all the configs right here. All right.
Well, Trevor, you know, I think the fact is, for anything that has to scale, you have to, I mean, what we're talking about here is a scalable organization.
Correct.
You know, if your organization doesn't have those kinds of requirements, then, you know, I mean, let's face it, you know, if you're just the IT guy for a law office with 20 attorneys that just expect to open Word 20 times an hour and do whatever it is, you know, that's a world that's different than the world you and I live in. And so, you know, you can't scale if you're out there doing the best of breed, one-off everything. You just can't.
Right. So I'll read you an ITIL definition. It's a little dry, but it's the ITIL definition of configuration management. So it's to build and maintain the logical service configurations of the infrastructure and application domains that support a service. These logical service configurations are mapped with the physical configuration, inventory data of the supporting infrastructure, and the application elements in the respective domains. They track the physical and logical state of IT service elements and associate incidents to the state of the service elements, which helps in analyzing trends and reducing problems and incidents. Configurations are stored in a configuration management database, CMDB, which consists of entities called configuration items or CIs that are part of your environment. So that's ITIL definition. So let's boil it down. It's not very sexy, but it is, oops. It is organization at its core, its maturity, its process, it's proactive, it's lessons learned and experience, it's preventative. But I'm finding through just anecdotal discussions, it's typically ignored. So, configuration management, tool in your toolbox. You know, we look at this and we think, compared to the last picture, it's a sigh of relief. If you look close, it's not perfect. There's a few things they've done that I don't think you would say is best practice by any means, but it's a lot better. And you can tell what's going on. You can see what connects to where. If someone said, hey, go figure out where the problem is, probably be a lot easier on this one than the first one. And configuration management's just a process. If we get our mind around it, something we just have to do, that it helps us out in the long run, that's where we're at with that. And to Mike's point, that's how you scale.
Because those are server racks and not network racks.
Those could up, well, that's a good point.
Well, that other one might have been server racks. You couldn't see through the wires to know what happened on that one.
There's actually another picture of it, shows a couple of guys trying to peek through the wires to something. I don't know what they were doing. So any questions about configuration management? Wow. All right. Thank you for your time.
Trevor?
Oh, yeah.
Seems like if you're going to go to the effort to go out and visit these commercial organizations that are doing that.
I knew someone had asked this.
That might be a good partnering, Westnet partnering, especially in the state, right? Maybe Utah State, BYU, Weber State, others. You know, maybe it's maybe a little larger audience that might be useful.
Some of the organizations have said, we'll take 2 people.
Okay.
Or we'll take 3 people just for their security, since they're businesses, basically. But I'd be happy to report back or invite any who.
So another variant for that would be to, around the state, have visit your local commercial organizations in proximity, and then share amongst the schools the findings.
Oh, I agree with that.
So Trevor, I just bought Stack 8 for our Cisco Unified Communications environment. What I was finding is my technicians and analysts and engineers were configuring and building phones in different ways, putting them in different groups, and weren't being consistent on how phones were being built.
Right.
So Stack 8 is a configuration management bolt-on tool to build templates, so even a help desk could create a phone and assign a voicemail box, etc. So I just wanted to bring that up as another example of configuration management specific to telephony. We don't have it working yet, but I'd be happy to tell you about it another Westnet.
Yeah, I'll probably ask you offline.
And they've got one here at a.
What was the topic you just?
No. Configuration management when it comes to unified communications. I mean, there's lots of tools that could be used to do that, and so Stack 8's one of them. And what do you use again?
We're using uplinks for the community college system, in which we've rolled it out to where all of our different colleges, the IT staff there do their own admins changes. We centrally manage all the voice systems in the background, so all the phones are configured the same and everything across the board.
Okay.
Because it can get a mess quickly.
It makes life so much easier.
And so we have Cisco's Pride collaboration to do the same thing, and we haven't been happy with it. We're also just upgraded it. So they're kind of competing tool sets, but.
When you say co-manager, do you mean just the bad files? Bad files?
Yeah, more than that. Just if I'm going to assign you a phone and build you a voicemail box and build your presence. There's just a bunch of places in the Cisco world you got to go on about 10 screens, and if you don't know where to go and what to drop down and do, you end up with inconsistent building of phones.
And this tool that you just mentioned that you're using can do all of these tools?
Yes, through a front-end GUI screen of a bunch of clicks and drop downs that simplifies it.
Can you send me the link to that?
I can, both of us. I looked at his and I went with Stack 8.
Yeah, we do it from our aspect where, we've set some of the requirements in them that are mandatory, they can't modify them, with other pieces that they can actually change on the fly as they need to for specific, portions of it. But we can build a telephone, a voicemail box, link them to the Active Directory account, to the Presence account. It takes about 17 seconds.
And Keith
Not
taught
free,
me.
I assume.
Huh?
Not free.
It wasn't expensive considering. I think we spent about $45,000 on the product. But
And Keith taught me if you don't do this right, you end up with 911 problems where they're making a call and it's going to the wrong piece app, or especially in his environment across the whole state. I don't have so much of that problem at one campus, but it trickles down to if you don't get this right, you got problems.
Thanks. Selfishly, for me, I see, 3 things with configuration management is a new staff member comes on, and it's laid out, and they can jump on board, and it's like, oh, this is how it's done, kind of like you're talking with the phones. Help in avoiding any kind of outage. You know, the more stable, the happier the customers. And then 3, this will give staff a lot more time to actually be proactive. You know, the less they're fighting fires, but also doing it all kinds of different ways, and then we pay for it down in the end when it's time to figure out what went wrong. Now they have more time to actually get, you know, really solid work done. So, okay. Well, if you have questions, let me know. Thank you.
So while Alex is setting me up, I will tell you that I'm going to go through this very fast. I am possibly the worst person to give this presentation from NCAR. And now I'm thinking, why didn't I bring somebody in remotely to present? I have many experts in this topic. I am not it. So you're going to mostly get a dump of what's happening with our supercomputer. I am going to also apologize. I rashly assumed the press release had gone out announcing the vendor, so all the slides had the vendor in it. And it's approved by the National Science Foundation, and UCAR staff were notified without any confidential stuff on it. But I can't let the vendor quit. As everybody said, you can probably guess by looking at the slides. The press release will go out Monday and I'll forward it out. So while we're moving along, I think the doodle polls are going well. They're running neck and neck. So if you haven't filled in the 2 doodle polls, go ahead and fill them in. Unfortunately, it looks like a number of people, Mike and others, can't make the first.
Well, I was the first. I'm okay, the first is the second.
The first week is the union technical conference.
Yeah, exactly. It looked like it was conflicting or something.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
We have that UN conference.
did you move that sort of?
Kelly, were the late weeks in June you couldn't make, 2nd or 3rd?
Yes, the week, 23rd, 24th is the day that I can't. So I think it's the last week of June.
3rd week an option too.
So is there a 3rd week of June?
I thought the second days were like the 16th. There was one that was like the 6th, 7th.
I picked the 2 first weeks. So Memorial Day is pretty late this year. So, so I think the other topic I was going to bring up is that if there are things you would like to see on the June agenda, we'll talk about this tomorrow. What are you doing about? But you're always welcome to send me topics in advance, and I've got a share that's set up. Actually, probably you can just add them to the share. But I have a share set up, and we'll go ahead and go through that tomorrow. So certainly be thinking about topics for the June meeting. Kelly and I should probably brainstorm with Pat and Scott and others about if we want to do any specific 30th topics, kind of history type things. So, and I need to go back to the 20th. I think we collected a bunch of pictures and those kind of things. So be thinking about the 30th as well. So I think most of you know this, but if you don't, NCAR is actually based in Boulder, Colorado for many, many years. Our supercomputing center was at the Mesa Lab, which is up on a little hill in Boulder. A few years ago, it was decided that we could not retrofit that site to have enough power or enough air to support the new supercomputers. We did a front range search trying to decide where to put the new supercomputing center. And Wyoming anteed up some land and some money and some support. And so the supercomputing center is actually about 6 miles west of Cheyenne. Microsoft has now built a data center just to the south of us. And so it's a research park that Cheyenne is building out. And so we had put an original supercomputer in there called Yellowstone, and we roll our supercomputers about every 3 years. So this was the 3-year cycle. We do a pretty extensive search. We go out on RFP. We have committees. Yesterday, Pam Gilman talked about the fact we have technical management and scientific committees that look at all of the features of the supers. This year, we decided to split the supers from the data that's usually been built and bid together. For the first time, they actually split those out. And it was mostly I think the RFP went out together, but the way the bids came in, it was not clear that a single vendor was the solution. So they're actually awarding to do different vendors. So the computer is going to be named Cheyenne. That's usually the biggest secret, not what the vendor is, but what we're going to name it. So it will be installed in the middle of 2016. It will be operational in 2017. You may ponder why that takes us a while. We do an extensive amount of benchmarking. We have our own benchmarks, and there's community benchmarks that run all of our climate models and weather models, hurricane models, to make sure that the system, there's extensive requirements put into the RFP to make sure that the system is actually performing to specifications. We decided on Cheyenne to honor all the support we've gotten from Cheyenne and Wyoming, but also this is the 150th anniversary of the founding of Cheyenne. So it was founded in 1867. And it's going to be built by the vendor at their factory, and it gets shipped out. Usually it's quite an elaborate arrival process in a number of semis. And it's about 2.5 times over the workload performed by Yellowstone. So these are the gory details. I'm not going to go through these. For those of you that are into supercomputers and various things, you can look at those. The facility, they've named Module A and Module B. It was designed to be an extendable facility so that we wouldn't have to build a new center immediately. For some reason, we went into Module B first, not Module A. And so when they started to actually do the bids, these machines have now come down in size, power, air enough that we don't actually have to go into Module A. I think the idea was always we'd start in Module B, then we'd put the next one in Module A, they'd clear out Module B, then we'd go back to Module B. But in this case, actually, we don't have to build out Module A at this time. So the size is so much smaller and the requirements are enough that we can actually keep it in Module B. So that, from the networking point of view, is good news. We don't have to recable or cable the new module. So power consumption is about 8 megawatts. The footprint is about half of what's required for Yellowstone. So it's actually physically a much smaller machine, considerably more power efficient, about 2.5 times more capability than in the same power. It's a very dense configuration. And so that link there is just to our supercomputing center site. You can go, they have all sorts of technical details about the facility. It is actually, in real terms, a very green facility, but green is a relative term when you're running supercomputers. So they're going to have to, we are out on RFP as well. They've picked the vendor, anything over $250,000, because we're a cooperative agreement managed under by the National Science Foundation. Anything over $250,000 requires National Science Foundation approval, which can take 30 to 60 days. So that's actually the RFP to do the construction is out for NSF approval. So we're going to add about 2 megawatts of power. We're going to add a couple UPS modules, about 700 kilowatts, and then Module B will be at about 75% capacity electrically, and about 60% of the 12,000 square feet will be used. So there's still actually some space and power in there, but it will be in the same space. And then Glade, there was a detailed presentation, and I actually encourage you to go to yesterday's presentation by Pam if you really want details about Glade. But this is our new data storage system. So we're adding 20 petabytes of usable file system space. It can be expanded to 40 petabytes, 200 gigabytes per second aggregate I/O bandwidth, SAS drives, various metadata, Red Hat operating system, GPFS file system. And then it's going to be integrated into our existing Glade system. They're not getting rid of the old system. And Glade's, I should have this detail of what Glade stands for, but it's our analysis and data platform. And it will provide an initial capacity of 36 petabytes, 20 new and 16 existing Glade space. We can expand that to 56 petabytes. And the new system will transfer data at a rate of 200 gigabytes per second, more than twice as fast as the current systems. This is our analysis platform. This is not our mass storage system. We're not actually modifying our mass storage system, so this will be in place. So this is our architecture now. You can see that Glade is the visualization system. Yellowstone is in place right now. InfiniBand and Ethernet are the interconnect. These are various analysis platforms as well. And we have about 160 petabytes of actual our mass storage system, 51 petabytes current usage. And we get about 12 petabytes per year of growth. So that's the data that's growing. And when this is all done, somewhere by January 2017, Glade will be fully deployed. Cheyenne will be in there with the 5.34 petaflops. And we're expecting about 42 petabytes per year of growth. So that's based on the expectation that scientists will be running bigger and bigger models, and those models are producing more and more data. So from a climate point of view, which is the bulk of what we do some pretty high resolution hurricane models and mesoscale models as well. But what they're trying to do with climate models is do higher and higher resolution. And so higher resolution in the ocean, higher resolution in the atmosphere, they're actually adding components in from the biological side. So each of those makes it more complex, makes more data get pushed out. So the real challenge, the computing is one challenge, but storage and data for us is a huge challenge. I think NOAA faces the same issue with the climate models they run, and making sure you have storage and where it all goes and having access to it. So that's why you'll see a lot of big data proposals out right now, is I think this is becoming the challenge, is how to store and move and manage that amount of data. And then in a year, they'll take Yellowstone out. We run our computers in parallel for a little while to make sure that there's a transition period, and then Yellowstone will be taken out by 2018. So that'll be the new environment. From the networking point of view, we have chosen a Juniper QFX 10008. It's on order, it's on its way. In my animal naming convention, I didn't like, they were calling it the Super Science Switch or something. I don't know, I didn't like the name of it. So we're going with Mule, the multi-purpose unified LAN Ethernet switch, which the reason we're doing that is it's really the first time we are integrating kind of what I would call the standard network with the actual storage network. And so this switch is the first time that's really capable, and the first time the storage has gotten to the point where it uses pretty standard Ethernet as its background. So the decision making, we did look at other vendors. We're largely a Juniper shop at the Supercomputing Center. Our office backbone is Cisco still, but everything in the data centers is mostly Juniper. It supports the magnitude of 100 gig ports that we need, 288 ports on 8-slot chassis. And you know, the 10,016 actually supports more, but we don't need that much. Scott, you know, you can see Scott's language if you know Scott in here. He's happy with the buffer capacity, which you give us about 50 microseconds of line rate buffer on all ports. And the optics are more standard than some of the other vendors, and so that gives us more flexibility in working with those across the storage that we have to actually connect to. And then this is going to be the bridge between the EDR and FDR InfiniBand networks, which, as I said, is the first time we've actually done that. And you know, this is kind of a repeat of the optics that it actually supports, the module configuration, and we're going to be using 36 of the 40 gig modules initially, but we have a growth capacity in there. So this is Scott's diagram showing the storage that's going to be coming in, as well as the access out to the campus network and out to the wide area. We are planning to put a 100 gig connection into the Front Range Gigapop. We're running behind Wyoming, but we're shooting to be second. It's going to be between NOAA and NGOR who gets that 100 gig in. So anyways, that, as I said, switches on order, we'll be getting it in. We're testing optics. We're having a little bit of trouble right now between the Mellanox optics and these. And then this will integrate into a larger, we're in the process of swapping out some QFX 3500s for 5100s. We've been talking to Wyoming because they've been actually having troubles with the 5100s, but we think their problems aren't our problems. We're actually having trouble with the 3500s. So we'll end up being an upgraded Juniper facility altogether. So I think that's all I've got. Any specific questions that I might be able to answer, or I certainly can take back and have experts answer? Yep, Bob.
Does anybody support GPFS besides IBM?
Yes.
Do they?
TDN does.
I can't name names, but.
Who does? TDN. I mean, we did for our supercomputer, we have TDN. They do the, I mean, tier 1, 2, and I think eventually goes back to IBM, but they have a pretty good model there.
Did you have a question?
So I just had a random thought here, because has anyone ever done a study on how much real work gets done on these massive clusters as opposed to just spinning registry entries or spinning the disks up? Or
So the actually compared, I mean, it depends on how you compare it, right? Compared to peak, you get probably 1 to 2% of peak performance of the machine. So even, I mean, we have a project, I have a project with Rich Loft and some of the in-car scientists. So the vendors always quote, obviously, whatever number 5 petaflops is the peak. So applications get about 1%. And so we're trying to move forward to get maybe 5 to 10%.
Is it because we don't know how to write at that spec level, or are we just?
It's both. I mean, it's complicated, right? It's massively parallel nowadays. It's vectorization, and so it's complicated. And then also in the climate code, scientists don't turn on the fastest optimization because floating point operations change, and they are not sure yet if these do then climate changing changes into the code. So that's why they are sometimes more conservative. They just turn on whatever -03 or things like that.
Yeah.
So the answer to that is there are a lot of people who spend a lot of time trying to optimize how much these computers are used. I mean, we have staff that are constantly trying to keep it as busy as possible and as efficient as possible and using as many processors efficiently as possible. A lot of the climate codes are relatively old codes and they aren't necessarily optimized for these architectures. There are people who spend a lot of time trying to optimize climate codes for, for these particular. I mean, the architecture has been changing over time from when the climate codes were written to what they are now, and so it's a huge task. But codes have millions of lines of code, and it's not a trivial thing to switch them over. If you don't know, most climate codes are actually written in Fortran. You may ponder why that is so, and most of you probably don't pay attention, but there's still a lot of work that goes on Fortran, and there's new Fortran systems that come out all the time. And they actually are, it is the most efficient code, my understanding, with Alex, because he probably does this as well, but for climate codes, for what they're actually particularly doing. They run very fast, but it isn't necessarily optimized for the architectures that are really coming out. Most of the architectures are largely driven not by climate, but they're driven by visualization and movies and other high computing demands, which do well on these architectures. And so we're having to fit into these different architectures. We have a group that does nothing but work on algorithms to try and optimize just the mathematical codes that, there's a lot of math in here and how to do a faster, better job of calculating the math. So yeah, there's a lot of people that work on this. Generally speaking, UCAR works pretty hard to make sure our supers are used pretty efficiently. And I can certainly find those statistics, but we run constant statistics of what the utilization of the machine is.
We're still basically just trying to sledgehammer our way to faster speeds by buying more cores. It's like a jet flying through the air. It's got to overcome so much friction just to fly at 700 miles an hour. Turn off the engine, you get slammed to the front of the plane.
It's hard to run them faster. It's also to run more complex code.
Well, you get more cores, but each core is slower nowadays. That's the trend. That's why you're more power efficient too. So
the bigger the machine you get, the larger the scope the scientists create the equations to run against it. So it is this: the bigger you make your machine, the larger the experiment that's going to run against it.
Sure, but that's what our job is. Okay, I mean that's what you want to do, and so it would. I can't give this talk, but it would be a shocking talk to see what the original. Used to run what was called a slab ocean. They couldn't do any depth. They had no complexity in the ocean. They just sort of had an ocean. The magnitude and the complexity that they can get out of these models now is phenomenal. And I think it was NOAA who did a simulation of one of the big hurricanes, Katrina, or one of the hurricanes, compared to actual photos, and it was phenomenal. The accuracy of the forecast, the accuracy of the.
So how just randomly how much better is the forecast nowadays?
The climate forecast?
Yeah, like is it gonna rain?
You remember, climate is not weather. Okay. We can ask Gary this tonight at dinner, but
I will.
Weather is 7 days to 10 days. Climate is 10 to 100 years. So it's much more accurate, the climate model. Now I can't tell you what your weather forecast is going. The weather forecasters, and Alex knows this, will tell you it's much more accurate than it used to be. Much more detailed. They can tell you many days further out.
And much more localized, so it's more on the scale issue, so than in the city versus this region area kind of thing.
Yeah, good. It's getting better.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 'cause they were forecasting 100% rain at Disneyland yesterday, and it rained twice.
But remember, it's a percent, and it did rain, right? So 100% didn't mean it was going to rain all day. It just meant there was 100% chance it was going to rain sometime during the day. I've asked these same questions.
It's still a little.
The thing they have trouble with, there's a great deal of angst in Boulder recently because we got a foot of snow where there was about 5 inches of snow forecast. And, you know, these guys will tell you, well, it can be a matter of 5 miles where that low pressure system sets up that, you know, it's gonna dump in one place or another. And so that accuracy, I don't think,
Right.
it's gotten there yet. But, you know, in my time at NCAR, clearly the models have gotten incredibly, you know, accurate and efficient. But there's still, it's a complex system, and to get the details, right now the climate models are accurately predicting this El Nino that's going on. But, you know, again, it's where that sets up, and then the actual weather that comes out of an El Nino is a different phenomenon. So how that's actually going to impact large weather patterns is pretty complex. So we call it job security.
It's a great gig.
So that's it. I'm not sure who's next.
So I'm Brad McDevitt with Boise State. So I'm here because Marla assigned this task to me. So we did, just talking about the CCDNI for 2015, specifically just talking about the grants in the 2015 award. And so it's kind of broken into 3 slides. There's really not a lot. What I was going to have was some of the PIs or some of the people that were on the grants to actually talk about it. So we've actually talked about the science in a lot. I don't know how many times we've brought this up in the last 3 days, but we've talked about the sciences already many times. What we're trying to talk about this time is how did you choose this grant? Why did you think you get an award from it? And the idea is actually to try to impart a message to everybody on, you know, what you can do to successfully set yourself up for the 2016 CCDNI or whatever it's going to be. But so Boise State, we just and we'll have Max. Max is a PI on one and a co-PI on the other, and but we were successful in 2 grant requests. So I don't know what this 20% of NSF awards is. We're doing pretty good. So Max Davis Johnson,
a little bit. All right. So prompt me with the questions.
Sure.
So this year we've got 2 awards, and actually the Science DMZ award we found out Christmas Eve day, so that was pretty exciting that it was awarded. And basically what that's we'll use that to establish a Science DMZ with some open flow switches, and Matt can chime into what the real details are across campus, but then also the Idaho National Labs in Idaho Falls, and that's currently where our HPC cluster, Boise State's HPC cluster is located, but then also that'll give us access to their significantly larger cluster, which is in, I don't know if it's quite in the class of what we were just discussing, but it's pretty close. That part of our research computing strategic plan is to submit grants. And so, you know, we formed a research computing group about 2 years ago, and that's basically what Brian was tasked with, was growing that group, communicating, engaging researchers, letting them know what we can offer. And part of that growth strategy is, you know, we're using some internal funding, but part of that growth strategy is to acquire grants so we can help use that to help fund not only the infrastructure, but in some cases staff. And so one reason we're doing this is because it's part of the mission of research computing. Brian does have a grant writer, communicator, facilitator. She does a lot of different things for us as part of the staff. And so that is one of the things that has really helped us, being able to engage, not only having a dedicated grant writer, but also being able to interact with research, the Office of Research, who we have a very close relationship with, and working and helping us craft those grants. From just a recommendation standpoint, certainly the network grant, or excuse me, the engineer grant was the second submittal for us on this type of grant. The first one we missed. And one of the reasons we missed is we didn't really identify the science that well. In some ways, we're trying to make it too broad. We're talking about a CI engineer that did everything, high performance computing, networking, engaged the whole state, walked on water, I don't know, whatever else they were supposed to do. And so we got a little bit more specific. We got a little bit more specific about the science. And also one of the things we were dinged with on that initial proposal was the fact that we really didn't have a science DMZ. So how could we have an engineer that would help manage the science DMZ? So we took care of that the second time around. So I think that helped certainly in both cases. We did, once we got the rejection on that first one, we did arrange some calls. Actually, it's with Kevin Thompson, who was here yesterday, who's the program officer for this particular program, and trying to get insight, trying to get feedback on those grants. And so I also would recommend too, as you go through this process, don't hesitate to arrange a call, sit down, talk with them, because their NSF is very open to talking to you about the proposal and giving you. They won't write it for you, but they'll give you hints about what they're looking for. Brian, you got anything to add on that, or is that what you were looking for?
That's what I'm looking for. Is really is just reading the instructions, following along. You wouldn't believe how many times we probably ended up calling Kevin Thompson around three times over the 2-year period. But every one of his recommendations and suggestions was right on. So he really directed you on where to go and what you really needed what topics you really needed to hit hard on the thing.
And so the other thing too, last night we bought him a couple beers, so now he owes us, and so I'm going to negate that debt. He'll give us some more awards in the future. So, I don't know if that's an effective strategy, but we may try that.
But so interesting comments was so we got 2 awards. So they really didn't care about any type of an allotment. Every award stood on its own. Kevin even said that. 2, when we talked to Kevin the first time, we thought about putting in a DIBS award, and he really just steered us right away from that. He said that is such a big process that unless you actually have some really pressing science that you're really going to improve, stay away from the DIBS. So many times it was we didn't even affect an effort to do something that he said was a waste of time in the first place. Clearly, though, if it comes out again in 2016, we'll probably write another 2 grants. The best thing you can do is actually write a grant and lose, because then you get all of the comments on why everybody negatively commented on what you were missing or how you failed. So actually just submitting grants, you're getting comments back, help for a second round.
And so obviously we haven't really started on the network infrastructure grant yet, but we have just got acceptance from a candidate on our CI engineer grant. So we can sort of report in the future about the progress, hopefully, that this person's making for us.
Okay, so thank you. So nobody's here from Utah University, but so Matt asked before, was there a grant that actually justified itself on STEM and education? And the Utah Valley it literally says there's only undergraduate research going on there, and it's primarily for STEM education. So I've given Marla, when she posts the link to this, there'll be another document that actually lists all of these grants and all of the Westnet grants from 2012 and beyond. But it'll have the PI's email address. You can write him and say, could you send me a copy of the open 15 pages? And typically they'll always send that to you. And
Actually, can you just get those off the NSF page? Is that a public record?
No, not only the summary, 250-word summary.
Oh, okay.
So it happened to me, actually. I was slow to respond to somebody who wanted the 15-page, and then they filed an open record request with NSF, and they wanted that piece.
Right. So don't file a FOIA request. All of a sudden, then you're no longer talking to the scientist, you're talking to the attorney for the university. And then it goes on a life of its own.
Curious what you're paying the grant writer, and if you're just
that's another discussion.
Avoiding costs. Through this funding, you don't have to upgrade certain infrastructure, so take a piece of that, or are you actually?
I hate So this is a good thing while Kevin's not here today, because any of these comments I couldn't make when Kevin's here. I didn't need a science DMZ. The only reason I wrote that was because the year before I got dinged because I didn't have one. And so the only reason that grant went forward, the science DMZ and SDN, was because I could refer to it in the other grant that was the CI engineer, which is the one we really wanted. And it said, this person is going to work on this, and this is a grant request in the process. And these are all the things I promised in the other grant request. So, I mean, you don't actually have to have it. You just have to say you're trying to get it and demonstrate how that's actually occurring. And so the reason I don't need a science DMZ is because our primary connection to Idaho National Labs, we have a private circuit. So, I mean, we just send, what we hope will soon be a 10 megabit circuit into INEL's supercomputer, and we do private connections there. So the answer is we're going to try to do this, but this is actually, so this was envisioned, and I'm sorry this didn't work out. This was originally envisioned for an all Idaho science DMZ and SDN. We were going to go into the RON. We were going to put open flow switch controller inside the RON, and they were going to actually manage the endpoints. Couldn't get everybody on board, so I ended up just writing it for Idaho National Lab for a DOE facility, Boise State, and actually the RON. And so the idea is we still are creating a cloud in the RON to create the science DMZ. But it really doesn't exist as a Boise State DMZ. Bob, Wyoming.
Okay, well, first of all, we did receive a grant for both cyber infrastructure and the engineer, different grants. On the cyber infrastructure one, there were 4 co-PIs. One was from the research office, one was a researcher, and then there was 2 of us from IT. One person was in charge of the high performance group, and then I was the last one representing the network area. This is what enabled the 100 gigabit Bison connection that Marla talked about earlier, as well as the 100 gigabit connection into the national networks. I don't think I'm a PI on the cyber infrastructure engineer. At least I don't.
No, it's Craig. It's Craig.
Is it okay? It's Craig. Because Craig is on the first one. He's the researcher on that first grant. Anyway, this person is going to report to IT, but I don't think they hired him.
Well, Scott, were you at our table when we were at the float meeting? I thought he said that they had hired somebody who was not French, but was living in France, coming from France. I thought he was starting relatively soon.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well,
I got the impression somehow, though, that you guys either had somebody or.
Okay.
I remember the conversation because I thought it was going to be a bit of a culture shock to go from France to Laramie, but.
If we do have somebody, I haven't met them yet. I can tell you this, I mean, at least from my perspective, they won't be doing network engineering, but what they will be doing is helping the researchers to use the network, because it's a lot of times, the researchers use it in a very inefficient manner, let's say, okay? And so it'd be kind of a ombudsman, position to help them figure out, how to do a better job networking. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. Dwayne. Mines. Colin. Mines, sorry.
Okay, so I am not PI on any of these grants, but I've got some notes from folks who were. We did ask for and receive a cyber infrastructure engineer position. And basically that came out of a desire to really create a research support services group to facilitate research on campus, work with our engineers, work with library and data management folks and really just get all of that coordinated and moving in the same direction. It's funded, positions funded for 2 years, and then the university has agreed to continue funding for that position after that. And basically it was initiated by our CIO, Mike Erickson. My boss, Phil Romig, was the networking side, and we had the director of research computing and the data specialist from the library side, all the PIs. And then they basically had 5 researchers from campus who were not PIs, but they were kind of engagement activities, sort of, show that we were really, we could do stuff with this person. It's the first time we submitted this proposal. It's our 3rd CCNIE. First one was for RAW, which was our school's initial supercomputer. The second one was for some dense wave vision multiplexing gear that we did not get. And then this one for the cyber infrastructure. And why do we feel this proposal was selected? It was largely based on these sort of engagement activities that made a good case utilizing this person and helping research on campus. Supports robust data management plans, things like that, and better leverage existing infrastructure that we had already. So, big piece there. And then just the specific, some notes on the funding itself that specifically, so the dense wave vision multiplexing was denied, so we got the notes, and so we have this, information, and sort of the main differences between what sort of worked and didn't. With one that worked, we had PIs that were both inside and outside of IT, and we were explicitly providing financial support from the institution. That was set with wave vision multiplexing, that was sort of implied with some of the support and stuff. They made it very explicit in the CCNIE. And sounds like it's a little familiar. That one of the other problems with the wave vision multiplexing was the implementation plan was too optimistic and not detailed enough. Okay, that's about what I've got.
Thank you. Then we had the people that swept the category, which is New Mexico, got 4 separate grants. I don't know, do you want to talk about it? Come on.
So I guess maybe I probably should answer the last question first. Now I kind of think about this. The last question is why we think we received the awards. And then if you see that, I think it spells out the research synergy within the state of New Mexico. So actually, this is the first time we all submit. This is our first submission in all these categories. So first, let's start from New Mexico State University. Our journey kind of started 2014 in this very room. We learned about the, at that time, it was a CCIIE grant. So we went back and thinking that we should get this CCIIE grant for equipment, network equipment. But then we did some research on trying to start the process, talking to people, researchers and scientists. And that's when we found out is that we're not sure that is the right grant for New Mexico State University. Because our researcher, I'm not sure if, with that, we'll really truly benefit our researchers out there. What they're looking for are more the IT support, helps and all kinds of things. I really think by building this and then not having them when they're 100% with us, it will be a waste, and it would not be a good start for this program. Like we kind of talked about this yesterday about this is a self-discovery for us, that we have been doing a really bad job supporting research and scientific efforts in general. So we did not submit at that time. So I think in 2000, started in mid 2014, we started changing direction. So my CIO, Norma Grijalva, I think we came together and decided, I think we should go get the CCDNI, the CI engineer. That is the best strategic move for New Mexico State University to start this program that can help all the researchers and scientists. So that's when we started. Along with that, around that time, Gil Gonzalez, the CIO from the University of New Mexico, and Norma talked about another grant. And so I think around later that year, I believe NSF came out with these new categories. And one of them being the regional, which is the, which one is that? The second one, the first one, I'm sorry, New Mexico Research and Economic Development Collaboration. That part is the regional part. So Gil and Norma, Gil was the PI and Norma was a co-PI. So we went in there together doing that. And not only that, what we started doing is that we started talking to these smaller institutions. So we started having meetings with them and encouraged them to apply for the grants on their own. So we have 4 universities we went after. One is Eastern New Mexico University. Another one is Western New Mexico University. One is Northern New Mexico University. And the last one is New Mexico Highlands. So I believe 3 out of 4 submitted, and 2 of them got it, which is Northern New Mexico College and Western New Mexico University. So what we did is that we carved out the states. The northern part, UNM would take the mentoring of those schools, whatever they need for the grants. And New Mexico State University take lead on the western side and eastern side, helping them with all that stuff. So the grant that we got first is the first one, which is the regional one. And after that, we were fortunate enough that Kevin Thompson was there at Albuquerque, New Mexico around Thanksgiving. So we got to sit down with them, asking him about the status of the grants and all that stuff. And actually at that time, I think it was kind of strange to him to see all the 4 schools sitting at the same table, trying to kind of communicate. And we're not hiding from, trying to hide information. We're trying to share information. So he was kind of surprised on that one. But nonetheless, we got the reviews back from all the reviewers. And it was really positive on 3 of them. And with one of them being kind of, they're not sure why we're doing this when we don't have equipment or infrastructure. And I think that's what they didn't get the point, and that's what the response that we had to give back to them, why we're doing this. And so to kind of answer all this, I believe it's that synergy that we're trying to build within the state of Mexico that kind of got all this stuff at this moment. So.
All right, thanks. So that's it. Those are the CCDNI awards for 2015. Questions for anybody, or $50,000 for a grant writer is what FTE is what I was paying last year, but I had a new person apply. That person actually got hired away by Oregon, and then I hired a new person, and that person I think is now at $75,000. But this person comes with 4 years experience with federal grant writing. There we go. I'm done.
Thanks. And at the end of the day, we're gonna end up all working for her.
She's unbelievable.
It's a good thing.
Well,
Yeah.
so I guess I put a plug in that that writing a proposal is time consuming. There are a lot of requirements to writing a proposal. You have to have letters of commitment, you have to have a cyber infrastructure plan, you have to, you do have to have some kind of good driver science education. But I think from the conversation yesterday, it does often trigger good things on your campuses. It triggers some ongoing support. So the encouragement yesterday was that you have resources around you that you can go take a look at what's been successful, what hasn't been successful, that Thomas and I and Joe are funded to actually support smaller schools, but we're happy to support larger schools. with suggestions and ideas. So if you have questions, let us know. But we expect the next CC Star round to come out sometime in the spring. And Kevin was a little elusive as to what will be in it, but there's a large range of what you can get. So as you can see, you can get the campus build out, but you can also get the CI engineers. And there are instrument connectivity components as well. There's these regional workshop components if that would be useful in your area. So, you know, I think there were 7 areas, and I'm not sure. I guess Thomas Gibbs was one, and I can't remember what the other 2. There were 7 areas, and so I think it's definitely worth taking a look at to get a little bit of a chunk of money to go do something. And if you know you can come up with something fairly creative, I think Kevin was also alluding to me getting rid of the campus
cyber infrastructure
component sometime in the future. And
oh yeah, the whole network upgrade piece, yeah.
So if you think you want to do some kind of network upgrade, it sounds like you should do it sooner rather than later. But you know, it again, I think, you know, Bob, for you, UW, it was a big kind of bulk, and it helped you, I think, partner State of Wyoming to get the 100 gig. And so the cyber infrastructure engineer is still a little bit out there to figure out what's going to come with those and how that will work. And it'll be interesting to talk to all the schools who got those in a few months and see how that's working out. But anyways, I guess I encourage you to look at it, encourage you to get committed and to ask for help along the way to put the proposals together. For enough money, Kelly maybe will.
And so it's a 3-month process. You don't submit a grant at your institution. I mean, you probably have at least a 2-week to a 1-month lead into your own research department to have the grant submitted to NSF. So you won't actually submit the grant yourself anyway. You'll probably have a part of your research organization that submits all your grants to NSF for you. So I mean, there is this hierarchy of people that actually get involved once you actually have most of your grant completed.
But I actually would turn it around. I always start giving them a heads up with a budget.
Mm-hmm.
Because then it gives me, that's the main interest they have, and then I have time to update my submission until the last day, and then they can press the button, but they have time to ponder over budget and other things. And so contact your grant organization early is the message, I think.
Exactly. All right, thanks.
All right. Whoa, something worked. So we have a vote. Do we want to? We're going to take a break, which the break's not here yet. We're taking a break right now. Or Matt, do you want to go?
I can go too.
We'll take a break.
How do you change it? Just. Okay. All right. So hopefully this discussion kind of leads into some of the other things I've heard today. I think it was Jim earlier talking about voice over IP and SIP service within the state of Utah. We had a discussion about DASs and what are we going to do about backhauling cellular traffic in the future. I was talking about this one last spring because I was concerned at our own campus that my source of revenue being the phone that funds everything that is the network and phones of Boise State might go away. I've been waiting for that impending time when people just say, I don't want my desk phone anymore. When's it coming? So this kind of is a talk about what we've been finding so far.
little background, I mean, all of us in our administrative support units in higher education, we always have those areas that are going to pretty much require some kind of a desk phone service. University operators, call centers, ticket centers, admissions, things like that. We're always going to probably see a need for desk phones at a university. Or is it going to be as deep as we have now? That's what I'm trying to figure out, or trying to guess when I'm going to lose my revenue. We've seen so many different forms of communications in the last 25 years, going from POTS lines, moving to pagers, moving to cell phones, moving to video conferencing. The options just keep creeping up. We've even had interesting calls of people that want to use Magic Jacks on campus as their solution, and it's like, it gets a little tough to fight. So, does the desk phone still have its place in communication? That is the big question that we're all going to be facing. Today at Boise State, Max doesn't like to hear this, but we're still seeing an increase. I keep buying licenses for desk phones.
Revenue, why wouldn't I?
Maybe I don't like to hear it. I want to get some, anyway. We're still seeing I'm buying licenses on a regular basis, and I cannot figure out why. I keep getting orders for phones after phones after phones. Maybe I'm doing something right. I feel like we're not doing enough. How many campuses are providing their own voice? When you run a traditional PBX, okay. How many are doing SIP already in voice?
Well, on the LAN or on the WAN? What are you
Yeah.
talking there?
Well, LAN and WAN. So I can start with.
So our
Obviously,
VoIP solution is SIP.
all of ours are.
Okay.
It's the WAN part that's the.
The SIP trunking, I
SIP
think
trunking.
most of it's.
Okay. How many plan to add voice service if you're not doing it centrally now? I guess I should have rephrased that. How many are looking to move to VoIP over an analog solution?
Well in conversion.
I don't think you can buy an analog solution.
We'll sell you our own one. Bring it up.
And how many people that are looking for a new solution are looking to outsource, looking at things like i2's ClearSpan offering, things like that? You guys are looking at that
We're
one?
doing it, yeah.
You're doing ClearSpan?
The pilot's rolling out today. Yeah. It's on my project, thankfully. I provide a PLE port. It's never getting
Our phones, we have the competition on campus. We have the cellular service competition, which is business case by business case. Sometimes it's the best thing. It's the best solution for some users. They're very mobile. A lot of our athletics department, they still have desk phones. They pay for them. I don't know why. They're on their cell phones all the time. There's a lot of collaboration tools out there that people seem to be fine using, WebEx, Zoom, Hangouts, etc. They just keep growing. Some of the things I've been thinking about as options, and I don't have any of this. Mark and I have talked about this a little bit. We've had some struggles with, maybe we can lean on administration a little bit to help us come up with a policy. If your university is reimbursing people using cell phones, which they can take with them as their personal phone and leave the campus, it's really counterproductive. Where you and I can provide a reasonable cost voice service, saving the university money, because I'm not so concerned about that user when they go home if we don't need them in the evening. What we found is a pretty, I'll call it abusive, case of people being reimbursed for a cell phone that's primarily not used for business, and it's costing the university 3 and 4 times as much money as that desk phone. We got lucky. I don't know if a little bird stepped up and told told Stacy about some of this, but we had a little bit of a policy change this year where they're reimbursing less, and it's being looked at a little bit closer, so it's helped a little bit. We've looked at a university policy combining, if you want network service, well, you got to pay for phone service as a way to keep the revenue coming in. All or nothing, I don't know, it's kind of a tough sell. I really doubt if that'll get too far. I've thought about, and we get questions from our university security about the public safety card. Most of our physical security assets are always looking for better ways to enunciate any kind of problem on the campus. Carillon systems, we've been approached about, can we use emergency phones and, dial into the speaker? Any way they can get an announcement out. This is another potential way to do it. Some of the things we've been trying to concentrate on is let's make sure our service is still, we're not just forcing people to pay for something that's pretty blah. Let's dress it up as much as we can. Things like single number reach. I think it's great. I don't have to tell people my cell number is. They call my desk phone, I don't answer, it goes to my cell phone. I can't get to my cell phone, it goes to my voicemail at work. It lets me separate my life from work a little bit, and it makes sure that people can get a hold of me. It's not even something that we're charging extra for. We haven't changed prices in 10 plus years. We've never changed prices. So this is just a service that we added in, and not many people requesting it, but it's a pretty good benefit. I myself can't stand it when people ask for my cell phone number, because at some point I want to turn off the phone and go to bed or take a vacation, possibly. Recording options is something that's come up recently, mostly for training purposes. So we talked to BYU about their solution here recently. A lot of people they want to train people about how they're working with others on the phone, mostly our help desk area. And there's some health assets that have asked for this as well. It's also come up in interviews. If people are kind of locked down and they have to do phone interviews, they want a way to record that phone interview so they can review it later. Headset options. I like speaker phones. I guess that was another question I was going to ask. How many people in this room actually use a cell phone instead of a desk phone with a speakerphone option? I can't stand troubleshooting like this. So I'm on a speakerphone a lot with people. So that's brought up the people who can't use a speakerphone because they're in a collapsed area like this or working side by side. Headsets. So we've looked strongly into headsets. We have people that work in loud environments where they need some noise canceling abilities. So we're looking at the hard wires. We also have to deal with people that want to get up and walk around. And we're looking at the Bluetooth headset options. I hate saying that, but it's a course of business. We gotta look at a little closer. Something else that trying to make work is to follow these industry trends. Some of the potential loss we could see is because the private industry in smaller numbers is doing this cheaper. If you're a small shop, you might be able to get some of these services a little bit cheaper. So I keep looking at ways to reduce what we're actually charging for phones without unfunding myself.
Why do you say you hate to say you're looking at Bluetooth? What's the reasoning behind that?
Just more interference.
Okay.
If we're already, if we're all facing those problems already, it's just.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to make sure.
And it comes down to what I'm stressing with our voice team right now is do the testing. Make sure we're not handing somebody a product that we're going to take so many calls on. So let's come up with something that we know we can support and works pretty well. And it might have a little bit bigger price tag, but it's another service offering. Maybe we have to charge a few bucks for it, but there's a small percentage of people that it can really help out. The biggest win I guess we're getting is trying to understand what each business department needs. A lot of interviewing. We've talked about this in some of these other meetings. What I think and what actually happens can be completely two different things. So that process of going out there and interview and trying to figure out what is the problem we're trying to solve and making sure we work that through with customers has been pretty beneficial. People that might go somewhere else, or if you hear they're going somewhere else, that's the time, well, you're almost too late to get in there and say, I think we could probably do the same thing, let's work this out. Every once in a while we still lose, but for the most part, we're winning. I don't know if we want to dive into a little bit when we were talking about the VoIP statewide. I'd have loved to seen this in Idaho. Brian and I talked about it last year. It was a little too late maybe to get involved, but when we have the kind of connectivity that we're talking about in this room, those kind of options, it would be nice as individual states at least to start centralizing some of these type of services. I was actually approached by a vendor in town that we use to buy equipment essentially, but they do a lot of consulting within the state. And we went out to talk about something else, and they were expressing their frustration to me that they have multiple state customers where they're supporting individual instances of call manager. And they're just like, we feel like we're ripping off the state and we're taxpayers. And I tend to agree with them. So that's possibly another way we can develop some more business. But we get into a bigger investment, and that's tough to chew on too. Redundant gateways, all that kind of stuff when our RONs might fail. Got to make sure phones are still alive. And I think, I hope that's not where we're going.
Is that in the museum?
Yeah. I think we talked last, how many people are still doing emergency phones on campus? And you call them emergency phones or branded that way? Okay.
Matt, how much are you charging for your basic phone service?
Wow, see, I'm trying to get out of this predicament that I've been left with in the past. We had essentially like the 7911 10s. They were a very small grayscale screen, no speakerphone. That was a big picture, $20 a month. So then if you want to step up, and when they first started, the speakerphone option, you had like 6 lines you could program on, 7960, 61s. They were $30. And we've kept with that pricing model all along, but I've had this struggle of the phones just keep merging and they get closer and closer and closer, and even the low-end phones have all those compelling features built in. So I really want to go to just a flat price. We're almost done with upgrading every phone on campus except for the ones we sell to U of I. We'll keep them all at But we'll be done with that in the next couple months, and I really have to address that because once we're done with that upgrade, I don't really have a reason to have a price difference, but I got to find them. We've already been called on it multiple times. This upgrade of phones on desks has just been, it's been a nightmare for us because as soon as I give you a shiny new 8841 with a bright logo on it, your neighbor's mad. It just becomes just his thing is better than mine, especially in between the models. If somebody had a 6U, we gave him, a new bright screen, and then the person next to him had a $20 phone, and they're starting to look, and they're like, there's not much difference between them. Walk away.
So Matt, we're looking at just doing away with recharges, and we're really have proposed that at a budget level, pull in all the recharge money that's sitting out in the decentralized budgets, bring it in centrally, and just do it, and get out of the recharge business. Now, it hasn't happened. It's a model we've been in place over 20 years. So moving away from that model, we're looking at real hard, but I hope to get there. I kind of feel some of your pain in developing a modern service that is pretty ubiquitous, and you have a way to update phones, just like lifecycle management of anything, is where we need to be. And I'm with you, the PBX or the phone system isn't dead. There's always going to be a need for desk phones and certain functions and features I just don't think are going to go away, but I could be wrong. Yes, there are all the things you mentioned, that there's other ways of doing the same things, yes, but part of someone's feeling like that they're at the university is a desk, is a phone number, and I don't know when that will go away. We're hoping with an enterprise license agreement, we'll be able to say yes to soft phones and maybe get away from some places that don't need a physical phone.
Yeah.
And like graduate teaching assistants or an adjunct faculty or some use cases where we could save the university money without cabling, a switch, and a handset.
So we use soft phones already. We'll business case if it needs it or help us. We love the soft phones.
Yeah.
And you just kind of struck on another thing. I kind of put it to branding. I'm not a big fan of the university having this directory where there's no common theme to what the DID is. if I'm advertising all these different cellular numbers, it's just like that. It becomes kind of a mess. It's nice to have a central.
So, since you guys are using soft phone, how are you dealing with 911?
Oh,
I'm not allowing it at this point, and then I've been threatened by some that if I don't allow it, that could lead to another problem. But at the moment, we just put those soft phones in a calling search space that are not allowed to dial 911 to address
Oh,
that.
are you talking E911?
E911?
Yeah.
So ours are pretty statically set. We know where that soft phone's going to be used. It's on a PC. This is 99% of the time that multiple help desk agents jump in and out of.
On your PSAT data, you can put in there location undetermined and actually feed that to your 911 operator.
Maybe that's way around the legislation and
Well,
requirements.
that's the same as your cell phone.
There's only been a few instances where we have soft phones that are portable. We've had a few people that just, they liked it so much, they wanted to take it home and work from there, and I think it's kind of awkward.
So, you start out your presentation with your voice service subsidizes your network, which I think probably most of you have historically come out of a model where that's the case. And it seems like that's a good thing to at least get that part fixed and work towards that. You know, BYU started that to 2014 when I was still there, and I think this last year you completed that process of making the voice system now, it's a charge back at the cost, at its cost level, and that all that funding that was out in departments to be paid to cell phone, or to phone bills was gathered up by the administration. It took a lot of talking, but we talked to the administration to gathering that money and putting it into a network funding pot. And it just disconnects the network and the phone system.
We're disjointed in our budgeting, the way it was and the way it is now, and it's in this weird world that's hard to talk about.
It just seems like that's the one thing you ought to try and work on, is getting those two disconnected. At one time, it made a lot of sense to run them together. Now it doesn't.
So we actually, when Clearspan came out, I took a very hard look at it. We've already made that upfront investment in what we have, so it's hard to walk away, but it really came down to, honestly, if we didn't have to pay our salaries and benefits, we're talking just under $6 a month is what it costs to run that phone. That's your SIP service, that's everything we
That
need.
you went from like $3 a month down to $12 a month phone bill.
Down.
7 down to just under 12.
Yeah.
We had the opposite problem of, as we were rolling out wireless, we weren't having any income to cover that. So
Yeah, I think we all did that.
worked on a new model, yeah. We've been working on a new model that we're rolling out this year.
Well, I think the other big part of that is to recognize that the campus auxiliaries probably haven't been paying their way. And as part of that funding model, campus auxiliaries pay some kind of a tax on it. So that's for purposes.
And sometimes the auxiliaries are the biggest consumers or have the most needs. I mean, we're constantly trying to figure out.
Kelly, the problem we're having a little bit at Boise State, as Matt alluded to earlier, our actual phones are increasing. So I can't go in there and say, hey, we got to change the model because our funding's going down. And that was how we were trying to sell initially.
I don't think we're selling it on that model.
Yeah, I mean, and we need to take a different approach.
That wireless is growing and there's no funding model.
Right.
That's really what.
Exactly, yeah.
That, yeah, we've tried some of the wireless options they have from Cisco anyway, and they're kind of clunky, so that's not a cell phone replacement either.
Matt, I have a question regarding analog. I know that there's a cost for having voice over IP phones, but what about to keep up with the analog dial tone? That's kind of important. That is pretty expensive as well.
If you're converting it, it's not that bad. Like, we just replaced all our voice gateways, where we give them an analog signal and write it back out the VoIP system. And it's the licensing, the cost of the BGs, it's really not that great. So we save a ton of money by being able to do our own analog, but it also has its challenges. There's voltage differences, there's these little oddities that we find that sometimes, we run into problems with individual fax machines and sometimes emergency phones. So we've had those percentage cases, maybe 5% of the time, where we just have to tell them go get a POTS line from Century.
So you would say that your analog cost per port is not higher than your.
Oh, it's much cheaper than, if we went out for a state contract and just got POTS lines from CenturyLink, we saved a considerable amount of money. I wish I could say that analog was going away, but I think last month we still had 600 analog lines.
I know we still have a lot too for alarms and stuff like that. We still have to run those.
And so, like alarms, and we don't even, we charge like a reduced rate for alarms on campus. And that makes it even tougher because they're the ones that are the hardest to keep up with. We were fortunate, I'm gonna say we were fortunate here recently, even though it's a loss of income for me. Our fire alarm people decided they wanted to go to a cellular-based system. Backed by the network, and the fire marshal bid off on it. So that was, well, I don't want to lose it was $15. It wasn't too much to lose on the alarms, but they are a nonstop headache for us, so I'm not too heartbroken.
What do you do with digital sets, like ISDN sets? So analog sets, they're working off of gateways, and you can do that, but multi-line sets, like ISDN sets.
Which
how
one's
do-
that?
ISDN sets.
Oh, no, yeah.
You don't have them?
We have like 2 or 3 circuits for radio and broadcasting, and CenturyLink provides those.
Yeah.
Just uses our copper.
Which is tough for us too, because we have no way to really troubleshoot.
There's testers on eBay.
Yeah, I don't have any money on them.
Get CenturyLink out there.
That's what we do. We just don't like to show up on game day.
Has anybody seen their contracts with the phone companies change? We've got one that, much like you, our legacy contract was negotiated with US West, literally, and it was like a 25-year contract, and it expires in like a couple of years for us. And, you know, it's, anything else is more expensive. I mean, it's like literally $7 a POTS line, you know, kind of deal. So, I mean, it's pretty hard to beat that. You know what I mean? And so we're afraid, I mean, we have to get off of POTS. We know that. And we've got, you know, Dave is doing a great job building a link infrastructure to move towards link and other things. But at the same time, once that contract expires, everything's unknown to us, and is the university going to move fast enough so that we don't have a train wreck when that contract has expired? So
$7, I mean, it's comparable, like I said, like ClearSpan thing. If I was saying that I can do voice for $6 a handset, ClearSpan was just a little bit less. It wasn't enough for me to remove everything I have, but there's pretty good.
I mean, the thing is, though, is our chargeback is more than that. Like you said, you know, it's been a revenue generator. And,
yeah.
How
do you do voicemails? Is that an
That's
additional
link-
charge or?
link service.
So I heard the state of Colorado contracts up this year, and that's on my list to figure that out. DU being private, we still are able to get the state rates without a contract. So it's always weird to go get a PO for that every year without a contract. But you're right, it's risk, you know.
You just had to
Usually what it is,
renegotiate,
yeah.
you just had to renegotiate your SIP, didn't you? Didn't we do it at the same time last year?
For what?
Your SIP contract?
I don't have a SIP contract. We did an RFI for SIP.
Okay.
And we didn't pick anything yet. But I'm in your boat. We're converting off the PBX. City and County of Denver, Keith and I know this, will not accept us moving alarm circuits to our VGs. Fire marshal won't let that in Denver. So I have to move to CenturyLink or go sell. That's my plan for anything life safety, an elevator, a fire alarm. But all else analog, I'll bring over to the VGs, and I have no inventory of what's on those analog ports now. So I think I'll go with an eFax solution to try to get rid of the fax machines. I've only licensed 100 ports of analog so far, but I have 4 VG350s ready to go to figure out what we need to do to get off the PBX. But
350 solved a lot of our voltage problems.
Okay.
They made life much easier.
We just bought 4 of those. You know how much it pained me to buy 4 boxes or 568 ports of analog capacity? But I just don't know how many I have to convert. What I'm finding too is I go out and do these audits, they're dead. They're not even being used. And no one's paying attention to their bill to tell us to shut it off.
Yeah.
That's one of the things we found is 99% of the faxes were garbage faxes that were coming in. So we went to an eFax solution. We've managed to get down to, I think we have less than 12 analog ports in our entire voice system.
We're actively pushing people for an eFax solution. We have one, it's just, there's people we can't seem to convince. And then there's some, like Missions or somebody, there's somebody that has a process, they absolutely must use a traditional fax machine or something.
Well, we still have some departments like that, Veterans Administration, they can't do anything but fax, so they have to have a physical fax to still send stuff out.
And then the multi-functions, we've talked about that. I'm looking at 3 eFax solutions right now and probably will decide on one in the next month or two. But just pricing them out, looking at them.
Are you seeing a big influx for the request for video phones?
Thank God, no. So we're still in that video, we've looked at it really hard. That's where things get pretty expensive, mostly on licensing and the back-end equipment, but teleconferencing, we've just been keeping our heads in the sand as a university. It's not really going to fall under my department necessarily, and it hasn't in the past. But people have just not, it hasn't been something they've been interested in. There's rare occasions where they actually want that capability. We got lucky here recently with actually a researcher on campus who was trying to fix their video conferencing problems for e-car. And he was a very reasonable person that looked at lots of different options, but he leaned us first about telepresence and took a deep breath and went down that road, and he saw the price tag, and he decided on a different solution that was reasonable and worked really well. And we're just now approaching that.
So last month I went to go order my standard 7965 or 7975 phone, and they just got in my face on how that's going to be discontinued soon. What am I doing? And really, after looking at it, the list price on an 8841 with the camera is less than that same model without the camera. So it's their way of putting video on that phone.
They just don't tell you what the back end costs to turn on.
Of course, and it's all the licensing and other pieces that they know.
Yeah.
It's with Bluetooth.
That too, all the various features on the new phones. But so we just pulled the trigger on 120 of them with the camera, rolled them last month. Here we go.
They do trade-ins.
And there's a whole aggressive trade-in program as well. So my problem is the trade-ins are if you're from an old Cisco to a new Cisco. That's where the trade-in is great. If you're coming from a PBX to a new Cisco, there's no talking for trade-in.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that.
Trade-in program for phones?
Yes.
Very aggressive. Very aggressive. I can try forward you something.
And they generally don't actually want the old ones back.
Yeah.
It's just like switches.
They give you the dollars, but whether they ever come.
It's not outside.
But to Matt's point, what you get are people that want the shiny phone, and if you're financially saying these phones ought to get me 7 years, you should have buckets of money to replace these. And they'll just say, no, I can't get you a new one, but your whole building's getting new ones in another year. Hang tight.
Yeah. And we started out in what you were, 7910s, the 11s, 12s, and that we finally said, you know what, when we replace these, we standardized on one platform across the board, and we replaced those on a 5-year cycle.
It took me long enough to get through a full replacement that there's like 4 models we have now. It was a 45. I just need to get to gig at the time. It was really tough for me to have a gig network handing off 100 meg connections out of a phone. So we started.
So I didn't ask you about enterprise license agreement, but we're this close to signing it. That's something to maybe talk about the group if they're Cisco, is who's doing the ELA or not. That's where you can save a ton of money. I mean, I proved that how much money we could save if we did the ELA. So I'm hoping they're going to give me the money. That was an exhaustive process to figure all that out.
Let's start that next.
Yeah, I'll share a spreadsheet with you.
Sure. Any other questions?
No. Yes.
Oh boy.
Thank you very much. All right, we're back here doing a little adjusting. So break, 15 minutes. Can you please be back at 3:45? We swapped John Louvier to speak first, because then he can wrap up and Kelly can close out with lightning talks. So 3:45, we'll do John, and then lightning talks at the end of the day. I'm going to send a sign-up sheet, Dave is coordinating dinner tonight, so if you want to go to a group dinner, sign up. And I don't need your cell phone number. I'm not going to call you. You either show up or not. Yeah. You and I will discuss it. So,
Yes. So we used to do a time workshop.
Do the light and talk? You need I need a walking side.
Yeah, well.
And he's,
several contracts. Sometimes I think it's moving down to the Poor belt sanders. I don't know enough But you like
I wear gloves.
Everybody
That was like 'Cause
Our experience. You ever, you want to come down and look at our head and see what it looks like? That's pretty easy. So we actually, in the stadium, we had some space that was unused. We had some unused space. So we just converted the unused space. It's all inside the stadium. Air conditioning. Would have been much easier to just put it all in the I guess we have some sort That was just one area. That wasn't right. Yeah, in our case, literally, it is 8 times bigger. Michelle's from BYU.
No, we just have the ask. It
We're in the same debate about what do we do,
Yeah, all the probably don't think they can't get penetration from the outside.
She was saying as well. She was saying so.
So far, no.
We got one of those.
They wonder why I saw it.
But it was only we were using one, they can't tell us how important it is. But it is. City cop pulls you over. You can't order hours.
I'm curious to hear how that goes.
Black market. Everybody. Yeah, but you get reports. I was working. Some reporters just yeah. Right before the, Hey, Dave, yeah, put me on the list for dinner. Where is it?
So actually, that's why we wanted the hospital. They were not welcome. The power gas provider was not. Go, they got a meeting for that. We got bid that building.
Which hotel? They lost, yeah. And Riverdale's guys, they're staying here, so we can't get rid of why is it still that
Right? About 16 for dinner. Ish.
16-ish or dinner?
Does he bear or something?
Should we go there? We go there for that.
Oh, really?
Should we have to make you some.
We're gonna use your leg.
Oh, you're gonna plow it, right? Yes, it's a 3D printer. I remember you saying that I was gonna do that. I remember you saying I was gonna do
Who's
that.
Arby? We decided we need a new logo for the 30th anniversary, and then James is gonna make us all little labels.
Oh, it's fancy automated label.
Yeah, you know, who else got logos?
So on tap next is John Lubier, who is in charge of much of our academic and instructional services. John, you've got a new title. It's like Associate Sub-Vice Provost of something, right?
I'm just an assistant.
Oh, wait, you're not hearing. Hold on. Talk a little bit so we can get the audio right here.
Okay, so I'm just an assistant dean is my new title, an executive director of the academic and instructional services.
Get louder. Can you guys hear that? Is there any way we can get this louder? Okay, all right.
Is that it? Let's see if I can maybe turn up my microphone a little bit. Maybe that's will help. All right.
So I'm going to allow John to introduce himself. He's been instrumental in developing some significant student and learning analytics for our institution, and has been involved in several national initiatives. And so we asked him to come and show us a little bit of what's up. And they're also working on developing some tools that others who use Canvas may be able to utilize in their own environments as well. So this may go beyond just Utah State University if others are interested. So with that, John, take it, and we'll listen as best we can if the volume is low. So everybody like the theater, silence your phone, bring uncrinkle your popcorn.
All right, very well. Just raise your hand or put your ears up like this if you can't hear me, okay, and I'll shout louder. I guess Google Hangouts probably isn't the best way to do this, but we'll do what we can, right? So let me tell you a little bit about some initiatives that we've been working at Utah State for the past, I'd say 3 or 4 years now since we've migrated over to Canvas. Utilizing Canvas, we were fortunate to be one of the early adopters with Instructure. I guess there's two sides to that fortunate. We're fortunate that we found all of their bugs for them. And for any of those of you that are coming in later, you can thank us for finding those. We're also fortunate, though, that we were able to help them shape a lot of their software and the services that they are providing. One of the things that we expected of them very early on was the ability to have access to the data. And for any of you that have been working in this field for quite a while, this will resonate well, that back in the WebCT days, that data was always locked down. We could never get to it. Then as WebCT, our institution went from WebCT, then Blackboard, we stayed on WebCT Vista. And when Blackboard had it, we had a very difficult time getting access to some of that data, if at all. And a lot of that was locked up for business reasons. It was a good business opportunity for these learning management system companies. So then, as Blackboard was going to phase out the WebCT Vista product, we then went out for RFP, and at that time, Instructure had just become a company, and we are, as a state, the statewide consortium, we decided to have a lot of faith in this new budding company, and we went with them. So from the beginning, they didn't really have a lot of direct access to their data, but what they did provide us were some APIs, and then also some custom reports that they developed for us early on that we could get access to some course level data. Now, initially, a lot of the rationale or the reasons that we were going after this LMS data was to improve a lot of our teaching design and learning processes. So it was really driven by our instructional designers and our faculty members who were trying to improve their online presence in their online courses. And so that resulted in a custom report that we actually sat down one night at a hack night at Instructure and developed this report while we're feeding one of the engineers some of Utah State University's Aggie ice cream. He was willing to build this for us. And let me show you what that resulted in. And that was just a report that we ran on a 24-hour basis, just using an ETL package. and throwing it into a SQL database. And what we would do is we would pull all the data, then we would diff the prior day's data or any data that came over that was done before. So we would have essentially a 24-hour update. And so here, let me, and then what I'll do throughout the remainder of this is I'm just going to show you some examples and talk about the data sources, how we got that data, and then what it resulted in and the problems that we were trying to solve with those. And at any time, feel free to just step in and ask me questions. So let me share my screen here. All right. So this first example, we called it Canvalytics, just our Canvas data. And this is an LTI tool that we built. And so this is utilizing the data source. And when I click on that, it goes to this window. I'll just jump to that. And the data source is through that reports, that custom report. And it's actually one that's now built in. It's available to everybody in the Canvas settings. And you can pull that report. It just comes down as a CSV file. So what we're using here is Tableau to visualize that data. There are a couple reasons we decided to use Tableau. One of the reasons is because the state of Utah has a system-wide license for Tableau, and it made it fairly affordable. So I'm just using, we started with the desktop application, which I think was $1,200 a year for that license. And I was able to customize this dashboard, and then there was no cost to our faculty or anybody that were using the web interface. I believe there's a new option now where it's all, there's a web interface that has a lot of the features that the desktop application has, and it may not cost as much. But we utilize Tableau because it does handle the large data. And the other reason is it has this export option to where you can go ahead and export this data as a PDF, and you can also look at the underlying data. Now, early on, when I was discussing the use of analytics with our faculty members and the ability to pull out this analytics and create these tables and dashboards and stuff, their first sort of concern as researchers was, well, I want to look at the data. I don't really trust necessarily what I'm looking at here. Of how you're measuring success or how you're measuring whatever you're doing in this. And that's why we went with Tableau, because it gave this easy ability to provide this underlying data. So that's one thing I would emphasize. If you do develop any custom solution or you are working with, say, an analytics vendor, that you want to be able to at least provide this as an option to give underlying this access to the data to your faculty, so that they can also pull that down and do their own analysis if they'd like to. The other piece is just being able to export it. So a lot of our faculty are using these visualizations as a way to document their teaching for promotion and tenure. And prior to a lot of this data access, they were using just the data that was coming from the course evaluations, which a lot of them don't think that it adequately represents their teaching abilities and what they're really doing just from these course evaluations and the student evaluations. And so they like to have this additional bit of information to make their case or justify and defend their teaching practice. Those are kind of two side notes. So let me get in to show you just some of the things that can be done. So when I was here in Canvas, I used LTI to pass the login and user information to our own application, our web application, which is hosted outside of Canvas, as you can see here in the URL, and that's on this Tableau server. Now, that's essentially leveraging the security options in Canvas and also passing the information that only the instructor can see their courses. So for this term, there's only one course that's in here, whereas it's accessing a data set that shows that can see all students in all courses, but we were able to restrict that using LTI in doing this. Okay, so in this visualization here, what it does is, what's of most interest here is the ability to look at student participation on different objects within a course, and then look at the students' grades as a result of it. So the theory is students that participate in or do the most participation in certain assignments or objects in the course should get a better grade. I mean, that's the idea. And so this class isn't terribly balanced, as we see most of the students, the majority of the students got A's, and just a couple B pluses, and the rest didn't do a whole lot. But it does give you the idea of the power of this. And so we have here a list of all of the objects in the course. For example, we have them categorized. We have, let's see if I can, these are assignments or quizzes. So we can see the students that looked at this, and then they participated with it or submitted it. And then this gives the ability to filter by grades, and you can see, oh, oops, I can reverse that a little bit. We can see actually the B students did a little more activity in this introduction assignment than or the B minus students and even the A students, and all this is really showing us or providing for us is more or less an X-ray of our course. So somebody like when I sit down with a faculty member and I show them this data, they scroll through this and go very quickly to say, oh, this Unit 9 is of most interest. If I'm really curious, whatever the students should have, all the A students should have looked at this. And we've discovered quite a few discrepancies in some of their designs where they have spent, one example is we've looked at, say, a video per se that faculty members spend a lot of time developing, and they found out that actually their A students, or hardly any of their A students, ever even looked at this object or this video, but yet they still scored very well. So they were then saying, well, I put a lot of effort into that, and later I don't need to do that per se. I can put my time into something else. So that's how this visualization worked. But it has a lot of rich information here if you're familiar with the course. If you're not familiar with the course, it's just a lot of information, but it works really well for our faculty members. Okay, so that's one application that I have here. So I'm going to move to another one, and this one is built on a different data set. So Canvas provides what they're calling a Canvas data service. And that service can come at a fee, and it's also free. So what we're seeing here is access to the free data, and it's historical data. And this is pulled from all of our courses during a term, the different terms. But it's just a flat file that we've downloaded from Canvas, and it has all the historical data back to, it looks like summer of 2011. And so we threw that into our own MySQL database, and we're using, I think for all these visualizations, we're just using a JavaScript D3 library to do these visualizations because we wanted them to be really accessible and easy to access through any browser, more or less, and not have the restrictions that may be with Tableau. So with this, it's essentially, it's a reporting. We're not with, and also kind of preface this, a lot of what I'm showing you is just reporting. So we're not doing any predictions or any hefty analytics on any of these visualizations I'm going to show you here. It's really just reporting on the data that's existing. And I'll talk a little bit about predictions later. But for now, let me show you what reports we have available. So this one is just our Canvas enrollment. And so this is pulling data not from Banner, from our SIS, but from Canvas, and just looking at enrollments within our active Canvas courses. And so you can see when we try to, you want to compare term to term, so fall of 2011 and then fall of 2012, we saw almost a substantial increase, 75% or so there, and then it's just continued to grow over the years, and we're actually to quite a few number of users as of this last fall. We're able to separate these by colleges, and the way that we're able to do this using the Canvas data is Canvas organization, the back-end organization. Here, I'll kind of scroll up here. Reflects the banner organization by sub-accounts. So each college here, like the Ag and Applied Sciences, the King College of the Arts, Education College and Engineering and so forth, they are their own sub-account with their number of courses and enrollments. Darren, let me see if I can zoom in on this a little more so you can see it better. Okay, so that's one sort of visualization here. This is used mostly by administrators. So when I sit down with the Dean of Engineering, we can pull this up and say, okay, let's take a look at the growth and the use of some of the tools that we have that we're providing you, one of which is Canvas. And then we're doing the same thing with our videos solutions, like Panopto is one of them, and Kaltura. And all of this will be placed into a large data warehouse that we can then access this information. So it really helps us to understand the adoption, and also gives us that x-ray to see, okay, maybe there are some different departments that could be utilizing some of our tools and are not. Let's find out why not, and or if they even want to. Okay, so similarly, we're looking, this is another report, and this one's still in beta, as you can see, still working the inconsistencies. But this is looking at the number of courses over the terms that are found that are actually using Canvas. Now, the reason that the data is a little funny on this is what we're trying to do is understand the courses that probably should be using Canvas or could be using Canvas or not. Now, recitations and labs are listed in Banner, and each one of those sections are transferred over to Canvas and converted into courses. So a lot of this is a reflection of many of those courses that students could register for, but they just wouldn't need to be utilized, or they wouldn't use Canvas or do any teaching for that matter at all. So what's most common, and we saw this even in the WebCT and Blackboard days, is between 30 to 50%. We're seeing a much greater adoption of Canvas than we ever have in any other learning management system. I think some of that is attributed to Canvas as a whole, but also it's just the growth of our online programs, and also just the maturity of the products and the efficiencies that it's providing to our faculty of being willing to adopt these new technologies. But this gives us at least a good viewpoint. Okay, so this one's another one of those. Is just I don't know if it's more of a fun thing or not. I haven't seen it used this a whole lot or had a lot of applications, but the data is there, so we thought we would do something with it, and maybe it will evolve and adapt into something else. But what this shows us is a way to look at our institution and and what's going on within the different courses. So each one of these lines is actually a specific course for that given term. And so we can see there's one course in particular that has a large amount of assignments and discussions and quizzes and so forth. But we can start to utilize this, and this is the D3 option, the JavaScript. We can start to make filters within this. So we can look at student courses in Canvas that have 600 students or more, and it looks like we just have 2 of those, and then that filters down to these 2 classes that we have, which are 2 Gen Ed classes, and we can see the average grade, students, assignments, so forth. But we can start to sort of crosswalk some of this information with some of the performance metrics and some of our student evaluations, course evaluations, to help us to understand and identify, maybe some outlying successes. Maybe it's through communications, through announcements, or discussion activities, or something like of that nature. But this is just kind of another application of this, and we can create all sorts of different filters through here to start asking more questions. This is also more of an administrator tool, something that the department heads and the deans are most interested in, rather than maybe the faculty members. All right. This one is probably one of the one that's been most interesting to me. And what it is showing us, well, one of the questions that we had, let's see if I can organize this for you, as an instructional designer and somebody that oversaw an instructional design shop, that is interface design and how students are actually accessing the content of their courses. So one thing that we have spent a lot of money on, a ridiculous amount of money, I would say, is the course homepage. And for many years, we actually had graphic designers hired on in our shop to just design banners and images for the home pages. And they were swamped all the time. They were working full-time, creating hundreds of thousands of these beautiful home pages. And so one of our questions that we had with that was, oh, I'll see if I can, is it still large enough? Okay, I just got that chat in, sorry. One of the expensive things that we had were those graphic designers, but we didn't actually know how many students access their content through the home page. And so we built this this analytics visualization tool to help us understand how students are getting the content. And interestingly enough, we found that in all the Canvas courses that we have that we're providing, that half of them are actually going through the home page. Well, that's actually quite interesting, because how are the other half getting to the content? And so we're able to see, well, 14% were going through through discussion posts. So they were going into a discussion and then accessing content that way. 12% were then, and then going through different assignments and so forth. Then we were able to say, from the home page, where did they go next? And we found that 23% went from the home page to modules. And so that influenced the way that we would organize our course materials. So saying, okay, this would be as expected, that the majority of the way that they would find content is through modules, and then we would predict pages would be the next, which is the case. So we put a lot of the content there. But a lot of the courses, they would go from modules, and then they would go to the different particular activities and assignments throughout. So this is just a way for us to understand and see how students are then getting to the different content and the pathway that they're making. Also, kind of an interesting one, if you look at this, is students are going to the home page, and the next most frequent place that they're going is actually grades. And that's actually something that's quite common. But then they go from grades, and then they'll start to filter down to the different activities and areas, assignments or quizzes or modules. So this one's kind of a fun one and has some good use for us there. All right. Okay, this one, it's very busy, but it's a fun one. If any of you saw the this week's Chronicle article, this is actually made the Chronicle on a little story this week, and I know the font's really small, and so I don't know that I can blow it up a whole lot more than this, but let me kind of walk you through what this big spider web looks like. So all around this, and this is also, these are pulled from the Canvas data flat files that we have, but what this shows for a given course, it has all of the content in that course. So everything that can be clicked on is available in this circle. So we can look at, there's a module there, and we have a home page, and then these are individual files that are within the course that are here. So that could be a movie file, and it shows the different file types. And all that data is available in the Canvas data. So what's very useful of this is very similar to the first, and this actually is an evolution from this we went from this interaction report to this relationship report. And what it was when we were sitting down with faculty and they were interested to see, well, how are students accessing, or are they accessing, getting to my content like I would expect? Let me see. So right here, we can see from the home page, you can see where the green lines show us is where they are going next. So where they go from the home page, and then the red lines show us how they got to the home page. So in this, we can start asking questions of design questions. And are the students finding the content that we would expect them to? So we can see from this, students are going from the home page, and they're most often going to the modules, and then from there, they're finding the other items. Then we can go to an individual module and say there's well, one faculty member that I worked with, he had placed a very important video in one of his introductory modules, and what he found was a lot of his students were not doing well on one of the initial quizzes and assignments to set a foundation for the course. And so when we pulled this information up with him, what he found was there was not a link, or the students were not accessing the object from the module 3 or module 2. There actually a few students were getting to that from the files, actually. And so he had forgotten to actually place a link to his object that was critical in the performance of these students. And so that's a very important design question, but it was one that we were able to discover, and that he was able to understand why students were not performing as well as they could have been. All right, the last one I want to show you here is very, very similar to what is already available in Canvas. It's a visualization that we just made from this data, but it was in our own instance so that we can document it a little better, so our faculty can. So what we've done also here is we identified the students so that they could use this for research or anything else. But here we can see in this course just a quick snapshot, and they get this on a 24-hour time frame.
Now, can you hold on for 1 second? We're gonna change here. All right, try it again.
Okay, can you see it all right now? It should say fall 15 stats 1040.
Yeah, we're just testing or making an audio change here because you're pretty quiet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm shouting here and I'm trying to be as loud as I can.
You don't need to shout anymore.
We got it.
All right, very good. Thanks. I'm going hoarse. Okay. So this one it's just really another report that gives a faculty member the ability to, with de-identified data, sort of look at the performance of their class. Now we also have an option available where they can see how the students are doing in their class with the identifier with the student name. But this one we have it just de-identified, so they can then document it for later purposes and compare one class to another. Okay, so really that's what I wanted to cover for the most part was just stop this really quick. Was what's possible with the Canvas data, and then how to get access to it and what you can do with it. Now, also to preface this, for that first visualization that I gave you in Tableau, that was all built by our graduate students. So that wasn't built or designed. It was designed or architected by myself and another one of my colleagues. But then we handed off, and all the work was done by part-time graduate students. That one came out of our MIS department, and I think she actually took one of Eric Hawley's classes, so you can thank him for those great visualizations and her intelligence. And And the other one was an instructional design student that helped build the LTI tool. So I guess for now, I don't want to drag this out any longer than you need it to be, but let me open it up for any questions that you may have, or if you do have any.
Any questions for John?
Yep, maybe a bit in the weeds, but on the graph where it showed the use of Canvas over time and the trending up, are you able to dial down and find the use of Canvas by discipline?
Did you hear the question?
Yeah. So whether we can drill down to by discipline, it would depend on the account and sub-account level. So the answer is yes. I think we can because we do that. We have our Canvas organized by department and then program, but also we have identifiers in Banner that we can use that information to dial it in. So yeah, it is possible.
Other questions?
This data is from the cloud-based Canvas offering, correct? It is not like an on-premise Canvas server? That's what I thought. There's
yes.
No. Okay.
That's correct. So Canvas provides, it's the cloud-hosted version, and then what they also provide is this Canva data option. And what they're doing is they're giving you the option to host their own Amazon Red Cloud data warehouse that you can pay them to transfer the file and then host and maintain that the Redshift database in Amazon. Or they can transfer that to whatever database that you want. And so right now we've elected to go to the Redshift data warehouse. And that's what we're moving towards. But all of these solutions that I gave you is actually from the flat files downloaded from the cloud.
Does that cost extra?
What? The flat files?
The Redshift data warehouse option at Amazon.
Yeah, it does cost extra because there's their hosting expenses that they have on that they're recovering. Now, one question you may it may be worth discussing and having Eric in the room is whether there's benefits of us utilizing Instructure to host that in the cloud versus even our IT group to host their own data warehouse in the cloud. That's one of the discussions we're having right now is do we duplicate that service? Is it more cost effective for us? Or do we just pull it down and put it next to our own data warehouse like we are with our Banner data? And so we haven't really come to a final solution on those, but those are some of the questions that we're discussing right now. And I think a lot of schools that are dealing with this data are trying to come up with their own solution for this, what's going to be the most effective and sustainable over the long run.
Alan, did you have a question? Raise your hand. You're not old enough to be forgetting.
About it. John, are any of these tools going into your LLC that others could use and be supported, or is that a different class of stuff?
That's a good question, and I don't know if everybody's aware of this in the room. So I'll just kind of give a quick introduction to the LLC that you're talking about, Eric. A lot of the innovations that we've been developing here out of our IT department and even our instructional design in my department have gained a lot of momentum, and a lot of folks have been asking for them. And so initially we put a lot of the some design tools that we put for Canvas out into the open source environment, and we were happy to give those away. But what we found is we weren't getting as much as probably would come to no surprise, a lot of feedback and a lot of contributions back, even though it was in the open source community. But we did get a lot of questions of how they could implement it and how they could use it and how they could set it up. even when we provided a fair amount of training and sort of training support with the open source software. And so what we found is that was starting to kind of weigh down our team, and it was really becoming quite a burden for us to help support, our generosity, more or less, of giving away the open source tools. And so we worked with our commercialization office, and we've also been working with the University of Central Florida to help partner with this small LLC. Initially, it's an LLC. That what we'd like to do is identify tools that are in need, that the small company can maintain and support, and then offload those to that company, and so that we can continue to innovate internally. So we now have this new company that should be up here in the next week or so with our other partner, University of Central Florida. And the reason we are working with Central Florida is they're also developing some accessibility tools called the You Do It that also works with Canvas, and then we'll be supporting those and hosting and maintaining those through that LLC. Now, it's to answer Eric's question with these visualization tools that we have right here, it is our intent to be able to take those and then put them into this LLC once they're ready, because we're also getting a lot of requests for these tools too, that we haven't been providing the code as an open source option, but I think we can support that through the small company. Our hopes, our grand hopes with this small LLC too, just an FYI, is to eventually evolve that into a co-op, of a university-owned co-op. So because we don't intend any of these tools, these small tools like a reporting tool or a Canvas WYSIWYG editor that does design tools, to be something that be a standalone, large revenue-generating, IPO-worthy product, but something that solves these small problems. And I'm sure each one of you in your own shops are developing your own types of tools and solving your own problems, especially now that we have platforms that are adopting common standards like LTI that may be viable candidates to throw into this co-op, and then the co-op could sustain it, and then we can keep the licensing down at a minimum, and the idea is to be able to keep that cost very low for these small innovative tools and things as such. So kind of a long answer, Eric, but there you go.
Yeah, Colin?
Remember my question, which sort of dovetails with that, which was basically going to ask how much work it took to transform this data file from Canvas into these visualizations.
Oh, that's a really good question. I would almost say if you've dealt with a lot of data, that's a loaded question. It took a ton of work, but the reason it took us about, I would say, about a year's time of a graduate student who's working part-time. She started a year ago last summer, and then we were able to create an FTE and hire her on full-time. And she became very familiar with the Canvas data. And but during that time frame, she worked with Instructure to transform a lot of their data into their Canvas data sets. So it's much cleaner now than it was before, and it's been very well documented as a result of a lot of her work that she's then given back to Instructure. So what you saw is a reflection of a year and a half of work. Moving forward, I think it would still take a fair amount of time for anybody to get up to speed to at least to the data elements within the Canvas data, but it'd be much faster than previously. So I would feel much more encouraged moving forward and looking back at the pain we went through over the past year and a half.
John, your technology stack, PHP, JavaScript, what are you?
Yeah, so it's for everything you saw there, it's all in PHP and JavaScript, and that's the D3 data library.
Other questions for John? All right, thank you very much, John. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks for accommodating the time change. We just wanted you to get done earlier.
Yeah, no, have a great day, everyone. I hope you enjoy some sunshine down there. I'm going to go out and shovel the walks at home tonight.
Bummer. See ya. Thank you. All right, Kelly, you're up.
Okay.
So before Kelly starts, we're at 4:30. Some set of 24 people are going to dinner.
4:30.
Oh.
4:30. Oh, I said 4:30 now.
4:30.
Oh, okay.
Please don't confuse me. So I propose we go till 5:30. Dinner's at 5:45. Did you choose a place? You guys go to Frog and Corkin?
Yeah.
Did you like my other two Greek and whatever the other choice was?
No, I just need to.
Oh. You're gonna like be playful and suggest something.
Yeah,
Frog and Firkin, it's just down here on the main University Drive. It's about 5-10 minutes to walk over there. So we'll go till 5:30, pack up, head over to dinner.
Okay. All right. So lightning talks. For those of you, this is your first time in Westnet. This is a part of our culture. So hopefully you will learn how to do this, and the next time you come one, you'll have one for us. I've got the following names of individuals going to present. We've got 9. I think we go 5 minutes each, and then probably a minute between them, a minute or two to set up between them. I'll raise my hand at 5 minutes, and that'll give you time to start ramping down. So let me start. As long as we got started, I'll go ahead and start. Then we're going to go to Garvin, Vasek, who has to leave. Then Michelle Bennett, Todd Barrett, Mark Rovale, Kevin Dutt. Kevin's still here. Marla, here, then Dave Paxton, and the last one is Trevor. Okay? All right, I got to time myself here even. All right, so you know that I retired. I decided to change my lifestyle, so I started running this year. Last Westnet in June, I gave a report of my running. And at that time, I was just a runner wannabe because I hadn't actually run in any events, right? I was training 3 days a week for one that I had signed up for. I was shedding pounds at a rapid rate. And I had enlisted a running coach to help me improve in my running. And so July 4th, what's this thing in the middle? You're not getting on your screen, okay. On July 4th, I ran in the Provo City Freedom Run 5K, and Michelle Bennett, who graciously agreed to be my running coach, ran with me. There were about 2,800 entrants. There were a lot pushing strollers, so it wasn't too hard to beat them.
The strollers are walkers.
We're Indian walkers. We finished about the middle of the pack, as I recall. Here's clear evidence that I did finish the race. At the time, it was 11 minutes 16 seconds per mile, which seemed to me like it was pretty good for my very first 5K. I thought, well, I guess that isn't so bad. That's about 36 minutes, I guess, 35 minutes or so total. I want to just tell you how remarkable of an athlete Michelle is. A few weeks later, she ran a 5K on her own, and I just asked her, I says, how did you do in it? And she says, oh, I think I did it in about 24 minutes. So she was slowing down to keep up with me. In fact, I had to, to tell a little bit about her running. She was running backwards, saying, it's time to pick up the pace, Kelly. Come on now. In any case, we had a great time, and it was a great experience for me. It caused me to decide I'm going to continue to do this. So I had here with my head cheerleader, my wife Beverly, who you've all gotten invoices from. My grandsons ran with me. One of them was running in the 5K with us. The others were running other races. And this was a surprising Facebook post from my daughter, and this made it all worth it. She posted on Facebook, my cute dad ran his first 5K this morning.
and posted a picture of us. So we decided we'd do it again. So we went on the Haunted Half 5K, which was on Halloween Day, October 31st, and we had to dress up for it. In any case, I had such an enjoyable finish. You can tell from my face on this one. I did this one, and we did this one in 10:43, and decided to do one more for this year. So we did our Earn Your Turkey run on Thanksgiving Day. This was a 4-miler, and did this one in 10:45 because it was cold. It was 19 degrees, and there was a stiff wind for this one. Michelle decided not to run this one. No, she was actually somewhere else for Thanksgiving Day. And my family decided that they would really support me in this. I have a daughter-in-law, Heather, there, who was a runner in high school and college, and she decided that she was going to organize this family run, and so I ran with them. She took all of her boys out there, and they all had a great time. She and my grandson and I started out within 15 seconds. I couldn't even see her. She was so far ahead of us. And when we still had a mile left to go, she was running back to run in with us. And then after she kind of brought us into the finish line, and she ran back and met her husband, who was pushing a stroller. So I'm sure she ran a half marathon by the time she was done with that race. And anyway, it's a great experience. So I'm going to continue to run. All this running did take its toll. I had a hernia surgery 2 weeks ago. And but I'm starting back. We're going to run a 10K this 4th of July. So anyway, that's it. Thanks. Okay.
What do I need to say? So anyway, lightning talk, right?
Yeah.
Go get up. I stand up.
It's actually
You can check your life.
Oh my God! Like 5 minutes. I was dropped into this. I don't even think it's fun at all, actually.
Okay.
Somebody was asking me for dinner tonight, and I said, no, I can't come. It's my Christmas Eve, actually. So I'm Orthodox Christian, and our calendar is Georgian calendar, which is 2 weeks after your guys' calendar. Mostly, I don't know if you're all Catholic Christians, but my New Year Eve is going to be week after, so it's going to be January 13th. And tonight is like our Christmas Eve, where we cook special no-fat food, supposedly. I'm not cooking anything because I'm here, but I think that's fun, but somebody said, oh, yeah, you need to say about it.
So what kind of customs do you have that are different than ours? And do you celebrate both?
You know, it was so long ago since I've been home. I forgot that I'm a completely adopted American. You have, for the Christmas Eve, it's all fat-free food. We cook fish or beans that are just boiled and really no fat. And you bring the branches of a special tree, which I don't know translation in English, I'm sorry. And those are the dry branches. You're supposed to put it outside of the door. We eat dried fruit and like figs and walnuts. So that's a custom. If you ask me why, I don't remember. I don't know. That's it. So.
You said home, where's home?
Home is Serbia. So Greeks, Russians, Serbians, and some few others have Armenians, like Sarah, is Orthodox, and we all have slightly forward. Yes.
Any other questions for Dragon?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you know what.
So I told Trevor that to be ready because my daughter just called me and she got in a car accident. So she's okay, but her car is not. Oh, I'll just hurry. It's just a couple slides. So she said she's still talking to somebody.
To the police, no doubt.
Yeah.
Here, plug in there.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this is my latest adventure. We did a Salt to Saint race. So for those of you who don't know what this is, it's basically we start at the Hogo Zoo in Salt Lake City, and we go down to, we travel about 400 miles, a little bit over that, to St. George. And we have a 4-person relay team is what we did it with. And we each had 3 legs, which equated to, in their terms, it was 2 legs put together, but we split it up so that we did about 35 to 40 miles on each of the legs. It's a 24-hour race, so we finished in 27 hours. And the one lesson I learned, I did it 2 years. This was my 2nd year. The first year I did it, I froze. I was through the Bryce Canyon area, and I had the night leg, and I literally was so cold, and it was pitch dark. It was like clouds were there, and I hated it. I literally got off my bike, and I couldn't move. I went in, and I didn't do anything but curl up in my sleeping bag and slept for a minute. But this year, I learned that if you actually have warm clothes on, it helps a lot. And so, and the clouds actually were gone, so it was a starry night too. So it was a lot better this year. I enjoyed it much more. And this is my family that I did it with. That's my daughter, my husband, and then my brother-in-law. So we had a fun time. There you go. That's it.
What kind of bike?
I'm sorry.
Technical. Thoughts? So I don't have a really cool presentation. I don't even have anything to put up. I think lightning talk should go on the second day, but I'm grateful to other people for making the agenda, so I won't critique it. Good save. Yeah. So something that I've been really interested in that actually probably Kelly got me started on is some home automation and things like that. So I decided a couple months ago, my wife and I were sitting there, and we have a friend staying with us, lives in our basement, and she comes and goes through the garage because it's really easy to type the code on the side of the house and open the garage. And I don't know how you can come and go as much as this girl does, but our garage door, it's 24 hours up and down. And so when we had someone come out to look at it, he looked at it and he said, garage doors were not meant to open and close 20 times a day. You probably ought to rethink your lifestyle or something. So we started thinking, and my wife said, well, why don't we the whole point is we have this combo door lock on the garage, but not on the front door. Why don't we see what it would take to put a combo lock on the front door? And I think the next words out of her mouth were what it would take a normal person to put a combo lock on the front door, not whatever you're going to come up with. And so I came back and said, I think, well, actually, in the process of this whole thing, some guys knocked on our door and tried to sell us a home automation security system. And I was doing dishes when she answered the door, and she came back and said, well, do you want to talk to him? Because you've expressed some interest. And I said, I only have 2 questions. What does it cost and what is included? And she came back and said, well, it's $60 a month, and they'll monitor 3 doors or something, or 3 doors and a window or something. And I said, great, that's all I need. I don't need to talk to him. And I said, for $750, I think I can do better than that. And so she came back, and then when she was asking me about the door lock, she said, well, what do you think it'll cost? And I said, well, that's part of our $750. Let's get to work on this thing and see where we go. So we ended up buying a door lock, was the first thing we bought, and we found one that integrates through Z-Wave with many of the smart home controllers. So we started with a door lock, and then we bought a Z-Wave hub that connects into our home network, which came with a couple of door sensors.
Which one?
We ended up going with Samsung Smart Things. We had I have a coworker at work who's been prototyping some things and saying, hey, could we use things like this in our classrooms? And so there was some experience there, so I bought that same kit. Before long, I think I ended up with a couple of hue lights, a couple more sensors, and my Amazon Echo found its way into this whole ecosystem. And so after a few weeks of playing with some HDMI controllers that I think I showed you for TVs, also found their way into this ecosystem. Before long, we have all these complex rooms in our house where if both of us leave the house, the front door automatically locks, the Christmas lights all turn themselves off, the thermostat dropped itself, and all kinds of really cool things started happening. It actually got a little too complex, and we had to go back and pull out all of our rules and start over because we weren't sure why the thermostat would sometimes turn itself up to 75 degrees in the middle of the night, and you don't want to wake up to that. So, but through this whole process, one day, Marla, the reason this is my lightning talk, my 9-year-old daughter came to me and said, "How do you do all these things?" And I said, "Well, this isn't one system in particular. It's not all smart things. It's not all any of this. I mean, it's kind of this ecosystem of you've got if this and that doing certain things. You've got the Amazon Echo doing other things. And so you just kind of have to understand what parts are out there and how you can leverage them." And she didn't want to hear about any of that, but she said, "Well, show me how I can do some of these things." So I handed her my phone with the if this then that app on it. And she started looking through it. Keep in mind, she's 9 years old. She started looking at it. And she's like, "Oh, okay." And then she came back 2 minutes later and she set the phone down and she turned to the Echo and she said, "Alexa, Brooklyn's awesome." And the lights in the kitchen all turned red. And so my wife and I said, "Well, that's pretty impressive. How did you do that?" And she looked at us and she's like, "Dad, it's not that hard. It's only code." Really cool. So I have my 9-year-old daughter. A week later, we were at a friend's house for dinner, and we were eating dinner with a friend, and she came over and borrowed my phone and brought it back and handed it back. The next day, the girl came over to our house to play, and the first thing they did was walk in the kitchen, and they'd set up a series of different codes that started doing all kinds of crazy things with the lights, but they'd set it up at the friend's house. And now they were really excited to come over and try it out. So I thought that was really cool. So we'll see where it goes. It's been a lot of fun. We need to add some garage sensors because I want to limit the number of times my door goes up and down. But it kind of interesting. It's changed things a little bit. We were in Las Vegas a couple weeks ago. And when we left the house, the thermostat dropped to 62 degrees. No one was home. And then when we got about half an hour away from our house, it realized where we were and it turned the thermostat back up to 68. So when we walked in the door, it was nice and balmy in our house. And it's really cool that the house is starting to kind of understand a little more about what we want. So kind of some interesting stuff there.
You need to plug it back in.
Yeah. Not sure where though. Oh, there it is right there.
Yeah.
So this is a continuation of
Running marathon.
well, yes and no.
Surviving another heart attack.
Oh, that's, so there we are. Okay, so last time, last conference we asked, what do I do? And everybody has some kind of hobby or something that they do, and what we decided I do is I work. Same thing, nothing's changed. I'm still up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I get ready for the day. I drive 60 miles to work. I work. And then between 6 and 7, I head home. I eat. I read for 15 to 30 minutes. I sleep. Repeat. Every day. Over and over again. So, of course, the outcome is weight gain, climbing cholesterol, joint pain, tired, run down. Yeah, got grumpy on there. Prescriptions, doctor visits. Whole bit, and really too tired to care, right? So you saw that last time, and one of the doctors told me that I went to because I was having a lot of knee and hip pain. He says, you know, we can do surgery, you can take meds, or you can start moving instead of sitting in a chair all day in front of a stinking computer, and wear out instead of rot out was actually what he told me. So what do I do now? I run. And this was last year. This was a half marathon. And then one of the things I said that last time we were here was that I was going to put together a team at ISU, and we were going to do a bone and back run, which is a 40-mile relay. Or an ultra marathon. And last time I told you about my daughter that runs ultras, and she ran this the year before, a 40-mile relay out to Bone and back. It's a road race. It starts at 4,700 feet and elevates to 6,150 feet with a gain of about 2,380 feet. We put together a team called the Packet Chasers, and we entered an 8-person co-ed team, so each one of us on June 27th in 90+ degrees ran 5 miles apiece for this 40 miles. And this is kind of gives you an idea of each one of the legs, the first leg and the 8th leg. So you run 20 miles out and then you run 20 miles back, because anybody knows where Bone, Idaho is. It's nowhere, literally. They've only had phones for what, Steve, 15 years maybe? Seriously. So anyway, this is leg 3 and 6, and one of our youngest guys ran the second leg. That was a monster. So you have this bone baton. It's actually a bone, plastic, but it's a bone, and you carry that, and you pass that off to each one. This is the team. So we wanted to have a co-ed team, and since Megan decided she was going to play tennis, in which she paid the price for bombing out, because she agreed to do this run, and then she got talked into doing tennis instead, and then blew out her legs or her calf muscle.
I tore a calf muscle. It's very painful.
Wah, wah, wah. So anyway, my daughter took her place, and this is my ultra marathon daughter, and then Steve Tolman's wife was the other. And talk about the women. Those two outran all of us. I mean, they were the best runners of all of us. So. And then Steve Tolman on the end, and then yours truly in the middle there, the guy with the goonie do-rag. So here's Steve. Now, about the time Steve ran, I think it was probably, 92 degrees, something like that. This is him pouring water on his head to keep cool. This is one of the other guys, Ryan Pine. He's not here, but he ran, I think, the downhill piece. Yeah. And he's still dying. I love the expression, right, as he's handing off the baton to Steve's wife, and then Steve's wife took it home. So one of the other things I said that last time is, what do we do? Which my wife doesn't run. She tried, and she ended up having her ACL done because of the running that she was trying to do with me, because I guess I have 2 speeds, off and go. So we bought some bikes, some nice bikes, and so they're cross-training bikes. We've been up to the Tetons between Jenny Lake and Jackson Hole. We've ridden. And then one of the things we really wanted to do is do the Hiawatha's. Anybody heard of the Hiawatha? People in northern Idaho and Idaho actually know the Hiawatha. So this is a 15-mile trek. It's along an old railroad pathway. It's got 7 high trestles, and when I say high, these things that you can see over there, one of the ones, and you kind of loop around. You go over about 7 of these things, and they're about 200 feet high.
1 minute.
Oh, thought you was asking a question, Kelly. There's a shot of another one. And then there's all these tunnels, these really cool tunnels. One of them is 1.6 miles. So when you go into this tunnel, it is like pitch black and freezing cold, but still a hoot. That's why I'm wearing a jacket there. This is one of the bridges.
Where did the train used to go to and from?
I can't remember. Coeur d'Alene. This actually is up in Kellogg, Coeur d'Alene area. It was on the part of the Oregon Trail. There's some real beautiful stuff. We saw deer along the way. They're so passive, you can just ride right up to them and they won't even move. And then, of course, we actually made it. And one of the things that people do on this, and my minute's probably already gone, is you go to the top of the trailhead and you ride down, and there's a bus that will take you back to your car. No, not us. But so we start at the top, go down, and then the bus driver's down there waiting, and a whole bunch of people loading. Says, let's load your bikes up. Says, no, we're going back up. So we did the 30-mile deal. It was great. And then, of course, life happens. This was November 3rd. And so my running came to a screeching halt as I was going through PT. And actually, this is the first week I've actually been back running again. So I ran 3.5 yesterday and 4 this morning. So I'm back in it, feeling pretty good. And the conclusion is my weight's still normal, my cholesterol's still normal, the joint pain is still there but tolerable, and the grumpiness didn't go away. And I'm kind of off the pain meds because of the neck injury. I'm taking some stuff for that. And my couch and sleeping bag are still gone out of my office. I don't spend the night there anymore. So that's it.
Hello. Should I stand up here at the pulpit? So I really don't know what to talk about, so I guess I'll just go where I'm gonna go. I got into this crazy industry right out of high school. My father, he worked for AT&T. He was an engineer for the LDS church, installed the intercom switch. He got me involved with these guys installing these key systems and PBXs. You know, the next thing I know, I'm working with this guy. He comes home and he says, hey, you want to move to California? I said, sure, when are we leaving? He says, 3 weeks, I'm there. So I go home and tell my mom, I'm moving to Los Angeles. Well, of course, that'll be a fun, man, right? So I moved to California, started doing all the installs for Pacific Valley, US West. Everything's going good. Called my girlfriend, asked her to come live with me. She said, no, 740 miles is a little too far to go to live with somebody. We need to get married. So I closed over the phone, drove home, married her, brought her back to California. So there you go. So now, I've been with my wife 34 years, been married 30 years. It's gonna be 31 this year. 2016. Weird. So anyway, come back to Salt Lake City. I was still a contractor for the phone company, and then I got a job at the University of Utah, which at that time was called telecommunications. I think there was about 20 of us. We had 4 operators. We had 1 trainer. We had 4 technicians, 2 which were retired Mountain Bell guys, because all the old 1A2 key that we had on campus. And so I went to work at the university, and I just thought I died and gone to heaven, to be honest with you. You know, the youths were practicing right next door. After I get done with work, I used to go over and watch, Rick Majerus scream at the guys. But she has very colorful language if you want to listen to Rick Majerus. Anywho, at that time, I saw telecommunications grow from that amount to probably over 120 people. And we started installing air-blown fiber, Sumitomo air-blown fiber. We started pulling out all the thick net. All of a sudden, we're exposed to structured cabling. And then we're talking Cat5, we're talking pathways. Well, now we've been thrown into campus design, where we're kind of constructing the buildings and the pathways and getting involved with the rooms. That's pretty cool stuff. However, it was getting pretty complex at the college, and I got a job offer at a company called Touch America, and it was a spin-off from Quest, which is now CenturyLink, of course, and there was that 14-state region. It was lucrative for 2 years until I went in one Friday and they laid off 38 sales engineers. Right? So that was okay. It's the first time in my life I've ever been without a job in this crazy industry, right? Now it's been 17 years. They gave me a severance. Went home. That was a long 3 months. I got a call from my old director, who was Dan's director. He actually worked with Jim Stewart, Dan Patterson, who was my old director at Netcom. He goes, Kevin, he goes, you want to come to work? He goes, it's not actually what you do, and you're going to have to get dirty, and you like to climb towers, that kind of stuff. I'm like, well, I'm not working. The bottom has fallen out of the telecom industry. Keep in mind, 2002, 2003, for those of you that had investments in high-tech stocks, bad year.
after that, I was going to go somewhere with this. See, this is what happens at 51 years old. I lose my train of thought a lot, right? So I come to work for Dan, and we start. He has me working out of town for the first 2 years with UEM, and I guess this is where I want to go with this with UEM and what we do, because I've never seen anything like it before in my life. I walk into this place. What do we have? We have all these interactive video classrooms throughout the state. We install those, right? So we need video guys, we need audio guys, we need network guys, we need router guys, we need a lot of different guys. So now we're piping in these microwave paths down through San Juan, down into Navajo Mountain, which is really cool, beautiful country. What it does to the children is really cool. But then we're thinking, is this network going to quit growing? At 2005-06, I think we started to move towards Ethernet, right? And then as I watched the network grow, it was unbelievable what UEM did for the state of Utah in higher education and public education. Because we do try to help as much as we can with public and higher education. Public education in particular in some of the rural areas. Anyway, that's UEM. And I just thought it was the coolest thing in the world. Anywho, just to wrap up a little bit about myself, I've been with my wife about 34 years. We love to snow ski. We love the outdoors. We have 3 dogs, 2 Airedale Terriers. If those of you are familiar with the Airedale Terriers, they're the big, kind of crazy dogs. They're the biggest of the terrier family, very high strung, very attention deficit, very needy, like myself. Exactly. And a rescue dog. So anyway, this is all you healthy people run and all that. I wish I could. I had 3 ACL surgeries. I quit playing basketball at 30. So when I hear those surgeries, it's like, oh, I feel for it. Anyway. Thank you.
Tomorrow the day.
Or do you want to bring that up? I'm okay with So a couple things, as you know, most of you who know me well, I'm married to a guy named Jerry Neal, who's a climate scientist at NCAR, and climate scientists travel a lot, and they travel to nice spots. So I'm going to just show you what I've been doing for the last year, since actually possibly about 6 months since I saw you last, which has been very nice. But I also remind you that it's the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service, so I encourage all of you to make at least one trip to the national parks. I personally think it's one of the best things the United States does. We do it well. If you haven't traveled to other countries, we do national parks better than any place else in the world. Most of the rest of the world has not got this concept down. So I encourage you to do that. So we started a few years ago, realizing when Jerry's 90-year-old grandmother.
Probably easier if you do it.
Pardon me?
It's probably easier if you do it because I can't do a slideshow.
I can't either. So I should just run it off that. It's fine. Or here, it's okay. We can try plugging in here. Except the orders looks a little weird. We just sort by date or sort by name. Just start. Thank you. So we actually did a trip late last May. We went, did a southern Colorado / Utah trip. We're loving the desert parks. So this is actually rock art near the Yampa River on our way to Monument Valley. So a guy that ran, if you're ever looking for a funky place to stay, there's a great ranch just to the west of Cortez, near Canyons of the Ancients, and he pointed out that there's a gigantic wall here, which we wouldn't have found on our own. It's fabulous, and he's actually doing, that's his hobby, is just collecting rock art in various locations. Are you driving for me nicely? Sure. Thank you. Just a little way from that is these goosenecks, which are fabulous in this Yampa River. There's actually about 5 of them. We can never get them in a single photo, but again, we wouldn't have known this was here. This is a state park, fabulous. Monument Valley, we'd never been there, so spectacular park. We also went to Canyon de Chelly, but I didn't put a picture in of that. Next photo is Homan Week, which is a national monument, very, very near to this area as well. Fabulous, weird place. You know, this stuff is just weird. And so pretty small area, small canyon, a lot of these circular things they think were used to store water and food. But the architecture is just fabulous. The stonework's fabulous. So again, if we go to Durango, you'll be very close to a lot of this. We actually flew to Durango and drove from there. So this is the trip we did. Next photo. And then we did Mesa Verde. Jerry and I had both been there as kids, but we'd never been there together. So our motto is we have to go together to these national parks. So we went and had a great time. One of my small world stories is a little bit later, we went to LBJ when we were in Austin. They have a great national monument there. And we're standing there and we said, does that guide look familiar? Did that ranger look familiar? And we went up and he goes, yeah, I'm Ranger Jack. And he said, oh, you gave us a tour in Mesa Verde. And, you know, they're seasonal. A lot of these guys move around. So that he just been assigned to the LBJ, which is also a great national monument. It sounds a little weird, but it's, if you have a chance near Austin, it's about an hour from Austin. Next one. Came back to Colorado. Jerry usually goes to the Aspen Global Change Institute. These are Aspen, just up from Aspen actually, in Hunter Valley. A spectacular hike up in that valley as well. Had a beautiful day, so that was great. And of course, Maroon Bells, we happened to be there. We had a pretty late summer or spring, so you can see there's still snow. This was actually in June on Maroon Bells, so actually we only got to about 10,000 feet because there was so much snow, but beautiful day there. Next photo. And then we headed off to Prague, and I had never been to Prague. Jerry had a meeting there, International Union of Geophysicists. And this is a day trip out of Prague to Karlovy Vary, and very weird place. So there are these ossuaries where they used to store bones. I was a little concerned about how the bones got cleaned off, but apparently they boiled the meat off and put the bones in there, but they used to bury people. And so somebody got a bright idea to decorate with the bones. So they figured there's about 40,000 bodies in this basement of this church that they've done chandeliers of and wall hangings. And very weird place. Jerry thought it was great. I thought it was just very weird. Next photo. This is Prague, beautiful city. And I'm going to show you a little example. This is what a city looks like that was not bombed during World War II. Beautiful Baroque scenery. Similar to Paris, other European cities. River runs through the middle of it. You got castle on one side, you got the old town on the other side. Spectacular, beautiful place to go if you ever get a chance to go. Next photo. And we went to Karlovy Vary, which was another day trip. It's actually a resort town. It's been a resort town for a long time, and they have all this mineral water. So it took us a while to figure out why all these people were stopping with these little pitchers. So you notice that girl has a little pitcher that has a little spout on it, and they have these different fountains. You can drink different mineral water. They tell you what the temperature is. They tell you what mineral source it comes out of. It's very hot, but these little spigots, it cools off. But the other claim to fame is the James Bond movie Casino Royale was filmed here. So next photo. So the Grand Pup Hotel was used for a lot of the scenes. The Opera House was used for the casino. Some of the other facilities were used as train stations. So anyways, we went and had a martini sitting at the Grand Pup Hotel, which many famous people have stood there. So then we did a day trip to Dresden. Dresden is in eastern Germany. That's what a city looks like that has been carpet bombed. And it was, this is what Dresden looked like before the bombing. Next photo. This is what Dresden looked like after the bombing. It was pretty much 100% destroyed. And this was a controversy. England bombed them because they were mad at Germany for having bombed their cities. And so it really wasn't strategic. It wasn't necessary to win the war, and they plastered it. And so the interesting thing, next photo, this is a famous photo that was taken from a cathedral there, the Frauenkirche. Next photo. That's the Frauenkirche now. So it was basically destroyed. And with UN facilities, they're going through and slowly rebuilding all this. And you can see the colors of the rocks. They are still using stones that they found, but they have rebuilt the cathedral. They've rebuilt the castle. So it's pretty spectacular what's being done. Next photo. So back to Colorado. This is Independence Pass. We did a spectacular hike, ridge running there. Spectacular day. You don't always get a nice day there. Next photo. And this is up to Electric Pass. This is, again, fairly late in the season to have this nicest wildflower time of year is very unusual. Next photo. And then we ended our year of travel. We went to Dubrovnik. It's a World Heritage Site in Croatia, and just across the borders. Serbia. So spectacular location. Again, if you ever get a chance to go there, it's hard to even visualize. The city's basically been the same way since the 1600s. So again, great castle. This claim to fame is Game of Thrones is filmed here. If you go check out season 2 and 3, a large portion of the Game of Thrones is actually filmed here, and they didn't have to do a whole lot of creative work because it probably looks like it did in Game of Thrones. I think that's it. Oh, that's Sunset at Dubrovnik. We had a spectacular hotel. I'll also note, next photo, Jerry's other hobby, I live off of Jerry's hobbies, is to do World War II books. His dad was in the 384th Bomb Group in England. Most of his books are in the Pacific, but the guy on the right is Jack Getz. He's 96 years old, just battled lung cancer. They had their reunion here in Tucson in the fall in October, and Jerry was scrambling. Next photo is to get a book out, so he did Jack's book, and they were able to get him. They're scrambling, FedExed him in to get him so that Jack could sign. It was great. So this is the remaining guys. This is everybody who's left. This will probably be the last reunion. That's a wing from a B-17 bomber, and they've all signed it. So that's it.
How'd you take your picture of the project?
That was coming in on the flight. It was a spectacular plane. So, yeah, it was pretty big on that.
Lightning 2016. There Huh. Okay. So this is a blank screen. I've been working on that for a while. Okay. So, all right. So small UAV update / drone update.
Is that your house?
That's my ceiling above my workbench. That's what's currently not in use. The workbench is down there, so I just leaned back and took a picture of my ceiling there. So I personally have not registered my drones / UAVs yet. Okay, I just want to know. Just want you to know. I'm holding out for some more information. There's a lot of controversy.
The rules.
The rules, yeah, so the rules are messed up. I'm going to go over 5 minutes here. The rules are messed up. According to our government, and according to the FAA, they can't regulate anything from 0 to 400 feet. And they're not supposed to regulate anything under 55 pounds, because that's all RC, hobbyists, they call it. And in 2012, our beautiful government put this in stone and said, this is the law. And everybody's like, okay, cool. Well, the FAA, out of some knee-jerk reaction that goes on in our government, came up last year and said, oh, we got to register all these drones, and we're going to register. And what their rules that they've proposed and put into play, not by anybody's authority, but they put into play these rules saying if you're over, and this is on their website, 0.5 pounds or 2 sticks of butter. If your drone weighs more than 2 sticks of butter, okay, and it takes off of the ground, it lifts more than a picocentimeter, right? If it comes off the ground, you have to register it yourself, not your drones, not any of these. I have to register myself as a pilot. There's no training. Oh, and I have to give them a credit card. And they bill me $5, which they instantly reimburse, which is sort of a head scratcher. Until February something. And then it goes up to like $25.
I'm sorry, Nick, who's they?
FAA.
Oh, FAA.
FAA. So the whole hubbub right now is we've always had this American Modeling Association. It's been out there, and they're like, well, we've been doing this for a long time, and why are you guys doing it? Who gave you authority to do it? Some of the gotchas are, you know, I'm supposed to get my number, my N number, my UAV number, and I'm supposed to scratch it on my drone before I fly it. If it falls into someone's yard, they can actually pick the drone up, look at the number, go to the FAA website, type in the number, and say, this is Dave Packham's drone. Let's go to his house and beat his door in because he just killed my cat or something, right? So they're going to allow the public to look people up, which is sort of weird.
So if I'm walking through the park and I see some guy writing his number on his $3,000 drone, I can go take that number, look him up, and say, hey, this guy's got a $3,000 drone in his basement. I'm gonna, knock it off while he's gone. So there's a bunch of concerns. Anyways, so I have not yet registered. I probably will.
Will you share your number with us when you do?
Yeah, I'll put it on the website. It's just interesting that I have to, register 2 sticks of butter, but my AR-15 doesn't have to go through all this. And it's not publicly searchable unless you live in New York and they publish it. Anyways, so I'm busy with other things, trying to keep busy. I had, a couple months I had to burn a vacation time, so I've been printing stuff. And this was a request from my daughter before the movie, because she's a dark side person. And her friend gave her this dark side Star Wars shirt and it had a 77 on the back. It took her like 3 days to figure it out. What 70? She's like, Dad, what does 77 mean? I'm like, really? Can't you Google? Anyways. Yeah, so this is my daughter. This is why I wasn't here last year. Last year, I guess, is valid. My daughter, who's now 22, when she was younger, when she was about 8 years old, she broke her tibia and fibia and snowboarding. And they just set it back up and they said, oh, you might have some issues with it when you grow up. One leg might be longer than the other, but everything looks good. They put a little staple in it, you're fine, okay? So now she's 22 and she plays a ton of soccer. And actually now that she's past college, post-college, she even plays more because she plays in like 5 indoor teams. So she's up 3 or 4 days a week, almost every night till like 2 o'clock in the morning playing these adult leagues. And she's been coming home. She's like, oh, my hip is killing me, Dad. I'm like, okay, I work at a university. We got 5 hospitals. Come up for lunch, go look. So they took some x-rays of her and they said, oh, come back. Did some more x-rays, did an MRI. And they're like, you know what? Your femur is rotated 40 degrees and your tibia is rotated another 20. So your leg is rotated 60 degrees off center and you're compensating for it, which is taking the joint, which is supposed to look like this, and turning it sideways in your leg socket. And she's like, oh, because when she lays on the ground, her one foot like falls out naturally. Anyway, so what they did is they decided, oh, out of order. Okay, so what they did is they decided that they were going to go in, cut the leg right here, and they were going to do the femur and the tibia, but they only did just the tibia. So what they did is they sawed the leg bone on the tibia. They put this titanium rod there, and they have this cool little density meter where they put it on the bone, and it reads out the perfect density, and then they go to get a titanium rod that's the exact same density, so that the bone can still flex the exact same as the bone, right? So then they drilled in through her kneecap, through the top, right? And this would explain the big bruise on the back of her thigh that looked like a hand. She wondered where that came from. So there's a bruise on the back of her thigh, and what the doctor said is when I put this titanium rod down in the marrow of your bone, I had to hold on to something. So I grabbed your leg, pushed the titanium rod down. Then they put in a deck screw. Looks like a deck screw from Home Depot. Seriously, if you zoom in, there's threads and it's got self-tapping tip on the end. I mean, it's like Lowe's. So then they put the bottom in, then he grabbed it and twisted it 40 degrees and rotated it to counter her leg twist. And then they put the top screw in, right? So then she woke up.
3 minutes. Okay.
So then she woke up and she looked like this, and I was filming it and everything. And she gets really weepy and emotional, and she's like, Dad, Pac-Man, you're gonna get, and the ghost is gonna get the Pac-Man. And then my wife's like, oh no, Pac-Man will just turn the corner. Okay. And so I videotaped this and I put it on YouTube. Within an hour, she got 3 emails from companies saying, we want to advertise this. We want to give you a 60-40 split on all the money if you sign with us.
So she signed a letter with Break.com and has to date made over $1,100 on this video, Jen's Pac-Man. And the best part about it is she read comments, hundreds and thousands of comments while she was in her basement looking like this. She read hundreds of thousands of comments of people like, oh, she's obviously got dementia. How could she look so beautiful? This is fake. And why is the cameraman holding it up in portrait mode? You know, he's obviously a pro, because if it would have been a dad, it would have been sideways because I have HD. And there's like people saying, I know this girl. She lost a leg in an accident. Come on, be nice to her. Jen's like, no, I'm pretty sure I didn't. You don't know me. Anyway, so yeah, she made a ton of money off this.
But as parental responsibility, do you think you should have posted it on Facebook in the first place?
Absolutely. With as much as she posts on Facebook, oh really? I mean,
Which I know not because I'm on Facebook, but I'm thinking, well, that's kind of cruel and ruthless to put your poor daughter in drugged up
she posted on. We posted on YouTube with her drugged up consent, and anyway, yeah. So there's the bone. We saw that. And so now she can sort of feel the tips of the screws, you know, if she gets kicked or something, but she's good. But that happened the day Westnet started, and she wanted me there. She was all weeping and crying and glad that I was gone, or here. And
Is she back to soccer?
oh, seriously. So, oh yeah. So the best part was, so 2 weeks before, like any 22-year-old and their indefinite wisdom, 2 weeks before the surgery, she's playing extra teams because she can't play for 3 months, and she tears her meniscus in the same knee, right? So after this surgery, she has a surgery on her meniscus, and they have these 1 millimeter cameras and cutters now that go into these 1 millimeter holes, pulls out the meniscus, and comes out, and she walks home. It's like, seriously? Wow, that's cool. And I've been smoking a lot of stuff. I don't know, you guys, I built one of those ugly drum smokers and put some 1973 carburetors on it. And I smoke a lot of meat. It's all Arduino based and web based, so I can modify it from my phone and, you know, send it to people when they're at church or something. This is what I'm gonna eat. Anyways, so that's what I've been up to. And then this is for, what's his name to the left? Building houses with sensors, and you want refrigerator relays and stuff like that. This is a great website, mysensors.org. It's a great place to start. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Trevor.
Those drugged up videos.
Were we gonna see that video, Dave?
We're watching it over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We found it.
Probably that bottom one right there. I think it was, yeah, that one. Yep.
Did you see notes or not?
Nope, no notes. So I'll be quick. I sacrificed all my time for Dave. So on top of work being really nutty for the past year, we had a couple of life events in our family. Offspring number 2 graduated from high school. This is her named Shelby. And then the other big life event is we had a wedding, and that's my oldest, Autumn. As you can tell from the look on my face, I'm still coming to terms with having a son-in-law. It's an attempt at a smile, but I've come to terms with that.
Grandkids will make up for it.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. So that was kind of a big event. That leaves only my youngest offspring, number 3, Adria, who's still in high school. So we got about a year and a half of high school, and then
I could be an empty nester within a year and a half. So anyway, what's that?
I see you'll like it.
Yeah, I've also heard that. So my wife and I are talking about downsizing so there's no room for anyone to move back in.
Let's go back, it doesn't work.
Yeah. And then finally, Cruise 3.0. I can report on this in June at the next Westnet is in 44 days and 4 hours. So looking forward to it. That's it.
We're done. Actually, you give it time.
Okay, by the way, I go. People meet.
By the way, if, we can probably carve some time out tomorrow. If anyone likes to, now that you've seen what a lightning talk is like, send me email, come talk to me, and we'll squeeze in a few more tomorrow.
You still have a chance. You can explain your whole interview thing in tennis.
It's really not that complicated, you know. I went to go get a ball and
Are there photos?
no, I don't let my father take those kind of things.
All right, thanks everybody. Thanks for the presentation. We're going to Frog and Firkin, which is just down this way. There's a reservation, Marla. Tomorrow we start breakfast 8. Usually 8:30.
Thank you very much.
Stop by. Yeah.
Right now.
5:45. I'll be doing that too. So yeah, I like